County Commissioners work session for November 20th, 2012. We're just finishing an executive session. We're a little late. It's about 10:05. The first item on our agenda for this work session is memos of interest. Is that right, John?
That is correct, and we're just contacting staff that's supposed to be. We're having some technical difficulties pulling up our information here also. Jody's on her way now, but what we have in front of you is a supplemental budget request for a transformer replacement on Elephant Mountain, which is one of our translator sites. You may recall about a month and a half ago, we had come to you with a kind of an emergency request that we had to do some work on the electrical work out there to address some safety issues. That resulted in work being done out on the Floha Meadows, in the Floha Meadows area. And this is a continuation of that project, and I think I've given just enough introduction to give time for Jody to maybe pick up the...
You guys plan that.
Hi, Jody Smith, Facilities Manager. And this project, or this budget supplemental, is to cover the funding for the, I ran over here, the Elephant electrical work that we did this summer, where we found that there was a hazard on the transformer on the ground. So we replaced that transformer and made it safe. We did a little bit of work on the 300 feet of electrical line that goes up to the top of the site to make that safe. And then we have funding for, in the 2013 budget, to replace the electrical line.
That's it, Jody? Thank you. Let me ask you a question, Jody. The electrical line, the original electrical line was laid on the ground to supply the power?
It is on the ground.
Does that meet code?
No.
So why did the county do something that didn't meet code?
It was the records that we have that it was installed in 1962. So it was probably code at the time, but it is not now. And with the boulders falling down from the mountain over the winters and whatever, they've done some damage to that line. It is 50 years old, so it needs to be replaced. And we are working with the Forest Service to make sure we are code compliant. We're in negotiations whether we can put it on the ground, cover it with 4 inches of concrete, or install it. It's going to be difficult to install in the air, so we're working with the Forest Service on that.
But it will be, and that code will be the Pickett County electrical code?
Yes. And it has to meet whatever the Forest Service requirements are.
Any questions for Jody? Yes, Rachel?
Thank you. Yeah, part of this budget worked because Crown Mountain capital projects decreased by $20,000.
Mm-hmm.
Was that something that's being deferred or something that just came in on the budget?
It was stuff that we identified that didn't need to be done. So we didn't do a lot of work this year because we weren't sure what the budget was that was put into place by prior employees. So
okay, so there may be some deferred work on Crown Mountain that will show up in future capital needs there.
But we think
that
we've identified
this year.
We think we've identified everything we need in the future years in the 2013 budget.
Okay,
yeah.
So this was kind of reallocating from the previous budget.
Yes.
So, Jody, let me ask you, that budget just wasn't itemized? Is that what you're saying?
It was very confusing on what their intent was in previous years.
And but our budgets going forward are much clearer and have that kind of clarity that we can depend on those as records. Jack?
So along the lines of Rachel's question for the other items, Elephant Mountain, Lower Red, are those items that just do not need to be addressed, or will they be future budget items? So, you know, relative to the 22,000 and the 8,000.
Well, I think to the best of our knowledge, and I've worked with the the county technical consultant, this is where we feel like we're budgeted, that stuff didn't get done this year. He's looked at the future budgets, and we feel like we are covering what we need for the future, and these reallocations are okay.
Yeah, and then going forward, obviously, that'd be another cycle of budget, so,
Yeah.
but good, thank you. I fully support this.
Well, there's some urgency, isn't there, to get this electrical line up to code, right? I mean, isn't that sort of a priority?
We actually already did the work to get the transformer moved, and we had come to you, I think it was about 6 to 8 weeks ago.
Correct.
To let you know that we were doing emergency work. We were drawing on appropriations from that had already been made in the translator budget, but that we would be coming back for a budget supplemental, but that we didn't want to delay the work. Because we had a safety issue, it was on Aloha Meadows. It was on a weekend that they were going to be doing tours in the area, and so we went ahead and did the work. So if the board were not to approve this, we would have to find, I guess, other projects and such for the remainder of the year that we wouldn't fund.
Which is kind of what we've done. We've kind of reallocated those funds anyway.
Okay, board, is there general support for this? Okay, thank you, Jody.
Thank you.
Thanks for running up. I think we chose.
What's the next item of business, Jody?
Next item is future agendas, and I think you all got the notice, but just to be sure that the Carbondale Town Council had to cancel a meeting. They do send their apologies. They, like us, I think, are in the process of budget considerations and such, and needed to, no pun intended, appropriate more time, I guess, to some of those decisions. And so they're going to be working with us to set up a replacement meeting, but do send their regrets that they needed to cancel that. Other item, just a reminder, next week is the CCI conference. It starts on Monday and goes through Wednesday. I will be in attendance. I believe Commissioner Richards will also be in attendance. So you have a little bit of a lighter agenda that day. Other than that, we are coming down to the close of the year. We're probably going to be adding some items onto our regular meeting for December 5th and December 20th, but other than that, really going through the end of the year and the holiday season, our agendas are really becoming pretty firm through the rest of the year. The board had requested that we look at, could we do the certification of mill levies a little sooner. It does not look like that's going to be possible because of the way the information.
So you're not going to do it on Thursday? That's on our future
Thursday,
agenda?
December 20. Oh, I thought you all wanted to even look at doing it that Wednesday. So
I had at least said, let's not
Yeah.
do it on Friday. That was my
okay.
only comment.
So we did get it moved Thursday. We did not get it moved to Wednesday, which I thought was the request on the table.
It was
So
just that if people wanted a long weekend, try not to have a 1 o'clock
Yeah.
special meeting on Friday.
okay. Next week, your assessment appeals. The numbers drop, so you may have a shorter meeting. Then.
What day is that?
Next Tuesday. Should have assessment appeals, abatement hearings. I'm sorry, abatement hearings.
Abatements.
We had scheduled 2 hours. We had originally had, I believe, 7 abatements. You'll now be hearing 2, so you may be able to finish those up a little bit earlier.
Great.
That was scheduled during our regular work session, yes.
Yeah. And that's all I had on open agendas, or future agendas.
Yes, Chad.
Yeah, so, John, if that meeting is shortened, would we come in at 11, or, which end are we going to shorten it on? Doesn't have to be answered now unless other feedback.
Jack,
correct?
the way that we were looking at it is we're guessing that 2 abatements hearings are going to take you less time, and then you could just go right into memos of interest and future agendas and get out earlier. But since it's not always clear how long those abatement hearings are going to take, we didn't want to necessarily cut it short.
Yeah, another thing, Tuesday, Wednesday, Rachel's not going to be here, and it's kind of ironic. We've known this, mentioned this, and it's never appeared on our agendas. So at least I'm not seeing Commissioner.
It just says CCI conference on the Tuesday. You're right, it doesn't say it.
Well, we usually
And then at
have,
the bottom of the Wednesday, it says that it's the Warren conference.
yeah, I understand, but that's the usual practice for as long as I've been here. If a commissioner has said they're going to be out, it's noted.
Okay.
Also, has there been any further discussion with the city about maybe having a conversation jointly about the Healthy Community Fund issues?
Yeah, I was going to do that during open discussion, but we can.
Okay,
Let's wait just a second. We'll get to see.
so whatever.
So, just, and this is just so we have these adjournments at 5, and then notice that P&Z starts at 5. So I think my preference would be to have an adjournment at 4:45. So we actually end the meeting and exit the building, and we're not transitioning. And because it's just rude to make P&Z sit down late while we get out of the room. So I think we need a 15-minute transition period at the end of those meetings where P&Z is intending to be in the same room.
And that's for future reference?
Yeah, just going forward. So is that it with future agendas? Anybody else have a future agenda item? So, open discussions now?
First, an easy item. Open Space and Trails is partnering in an evening with John Fielder. And as the county is a partner, you have to do my handing those down. Open Space
That's
and
your
Trails.
ticket.
Oh, that's my ticket.
We got these in a box too.
Oh, did you get those in your box?
You got my ticket?
Rob was the
And
only one who
so-
picked us up. Everyone else is here.
Oh, okay.
And that will be on Friday, November 30th at 7 p.m. And this will also get you into a 6:30 p.m. presentation. I believe it's all on open space and trail properties, both in Pickett County and throughout the state.
The lottery. I think,
Oh,
is the
lottery.
basis.
Okay.
And I will be out of town if somebody wants the extra ticket.
I was going to say, I'm not going to be in town either, so
Oh, okay.
Steve can certainly have
I'd
one
love
of
to
these.
have one for Ruth, but
Unless they don't want us to give it away.
I couldn't afford it.
No, I think that's what they were asking, since there's only one ticket, if anyone can use them,
Okay.
to pass them on, or to return them if you don't have anyone to give them to.
You?
Only if,
Yeah, you can have mine.
because Ruth and I talked about it, but at $100, it was.
There you go.
So maybe building on Jack's point, if I can move on in open discussion. As you recall, we had ended our last open discussion with an update on attending the City Council work session on human services funding issues. And at that point, we had extended an offer to have a conversation. We followed up on that. I had a chance to sit down with Steve Barwick and Adam Frisch. I also have some time set up with Steve Skadron tomorrow morning. We had a good discussion about it. Where we ended up as far as recommending how to proceed with the discussion this year. Well, one, let me update, because I don't think it was clear what decisions the city had actually made. And so it is our understanding now that the council approved $300,000 for nonprofit funding for 2013. They would match that up to the $380,000 if the county is putting funds, general fund dollars, into nonprofit funding in addition to what we typically do through the Healthy Community Fund. Our discussion really, though, there revolved around that may happen, but I think the board would be considering the merits of the requests and applying general fund dollars for those nonprofit funding requests versus, just saying, yeah, we're going to put $40,000 up because the city has offered to do the match. And so I think as we go through our budget process, we'll see some of those discussions emerge anyway. We'll be talking today about some general fund contributions for detox, for example. Those would probably qualify, and if the board supports those, then the city will match up to the 380. For 2014, the plan right now is to have $200,000 budgeted, but the city wants to have this conversation, prior to obviously that budget being approved in 2014. And then it's anticipated to go down to zero, save fixed funding for certain functions, which is yet to be determined. Detox, for example, I think they need to look at health and senior center activities. And so those numbers aren't nailed down yet, but we do know that that's where they're at funding-wise. Where our discussion went was to try and put a working committee together to try and figure out what stability may look like and what the future funding for nonprofits may look like with city participation and from the county. What was suggested was pulling 2 representatives from the Board of Commissioners, 2 representatives from the City Council, and then some representation from the pod so that the nonprofits are represented, because this is really a discussion. This is the city's budget, their appropriations for supporting nonprofits. In a lot of ways, it's a discussion between the city and the nonprofits. I think we can be at the table and help facilitate and convene some of those discussions, but ultimately, this isn't a discussion between the city and the county. It's really a discussion between the city and the nonprofits. But obviously, the city would like us at the table. We have a lot of experience, and we play a convening and organizing role for the nonprofits through the pod and such. And so, Jack, I think the council's going to be having some discussion about who their 2 representatives might be. I wanted to put on the table today, does the board support going forward with those discussions and participating in them? And if so, who should the 2 representatives be going forward? And then I've asked Nan to kind of survey the pod to see what representation or leadership might emerge from the pod group of nonprofits to participate in that discussion.
John, let me ask you, the city, what's the basis of the city reducing their funding for nonprofits? Have they expressed that? What have they said?
There's 2 reasons that I think are going to bear some further discussion. One reason that was articulated was, they want to be sure that there's a stable and predictable funding source for nonprofits going forward, and they don't feel that this annual appropriation really gets there. And certainly, I think the mayor expressed that in the meeting that we were in. I think there's the fiscal realities that they're dealing with too, though, that they're looking at how do they prioritize expenditures. Nonprofit funding for the city did go up. I mean, it's spiked over the past few years. They've put additional funds into nonprofit funding during the recessionary period. And I think as they're projecting those funding levels forward, they're seeing that it's not sustainable. And so just like we've had to go through cuts in certain areas over the past few years, the city is also trying to make adjustments to stay sustainable. So I think the second goal that they expressed is we don't think we have the capacity to fund at the level that we've funded the past few years. And so we know there's going to need to be some cuts. And we also want there to be a stable funding source. So how do we have that discussion? But as far as details, Michael, as far as what's being prioritized and such, that wasn't articulated.
And I'm asking sort of philosophically, philosophically, do they feel that nonprofits is not part of their mission, or that they're just going to, because of budgetary imperatives, they just have to, that's one portion of their budget they just have to cut? Are they cutting in other areas also? I mean, I'd just like
Yeah, I can't answer that second question. I do think, though, that there is a philosophical discussion about, what the city's involvement should be with nonprofits. I think when the city looks at the county, they look at us having some core functions in human services areas. And I think the nonprofit funding in a lot of ways has been cast as human services funding versus community services funding. And in some cases, they might be right. It's clearly promoting some human service types of functions. But in a lot of areas, it's just community service. And so I think what the city's looked at is what do most municipalities tend to fund nonprofits at. I think by that measure, Aspen's pretty generous, and so they're thinking that maybe this is an area where as a municipality, they're doing too much. But that's a discussion that needs to be had, Michael. I think that philosophical discussion needs to be clarified.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it certainly needs to be clarified between their recipients of those nonprofit funds and the city itself. And I'm not sure that has actually occurred for people to make their case for why you would do this, and for the city to say, well, this is why we shouldn't do this. I haven't heard that discussion.
And that would be one of the hopes, sorry, Rob, I keep jumping in, but that would be one of the hopes, I think, of having this working group together, kind of clarify what the goals are, what are some potential solutions, because really, if it's about creating sustainability for the nonprofits and for the municipality, that can occur on two sides. One is on the revenue side, the other is on the expenditure side. And so I think a lot of ideas have been thrown out that have not been explored thoroughly, like are there ways that we could support the nonprofits that drive down their costs through maybe shared services? That's something that the city keeps talking about. Maybe that's a discussion that should be had, and then the dollars go further without increasing them, or decreased dollars go further. The other is, do we need to look at revenue opportunities to support these functions?
Rob?
And I think you kind of hit the nail on the head in terms of figuring out, Michael, what the philosophy is. And the impression that I'm getting from the brief conversations that I had, that their philosophy is that this is the county's job, and that they're no longer going to cover the shortfall of the county. And I think City Council can correct me if I'm wrong with that being the philosophy, but we haven't had the opportunity to really have that discussion with them, and being able to have that discussion with them. And the idea that, that they're being generous compared to other municipalities around the state or whatever, I disregard that in the sense that we're not other communities like around the state. And we really have to look at this as, how should Pickens County and Aspen be working together to solve the greater good? Not, well, other cities aren't supporting, county stuff, so we're not going to support the county stuff. I mean, we have an opportunity to work together here and not work separately. And, I hope that we have the opportunity to really discuss each other's philosophies on how we can team together on these things, not how they can, what I seem to be hearing is, well, the county's not covering this and it's their responsibility and we're done covering their back. Well, this is a community where we cover each other's backs.
Well, and for me, the county actually has a health and human services function, and then the mill levy for the health and community fund is really a separate item, which was our path to saying to nonprofits. Well, if we get community support for this mill levy, we can go forward and we can set up a structure that is a competitive, fair structure to fund you guys. And that wasn't an attempt, it seems to me, to take over all nonprofit functions, all nonprofit services. And actually, it was a recognition that you had to be competitive in order to get a grant. And for the city to say, well, you have that in place now, so take over. That we haven't had that discussion.
Right.
And it seems to me just premature to say, here's our funding structure and here's how it's going to diminish, and we'll see you guys later. That is not a good discussion. Rachel?
Yeah, I agree with the approach of getting a working group going. I think that they really will have a lot of work. I just don't see this as a two-meeting type of group. And I think that it's incredibly important that we do our prep work going in there with, kind of the other side of the story, as the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey would say, for all of our board members and for shared information, because there's just so many different aspects that inform this. And if we don't have the other side of the story, there's going to be just one storyline presented, and we kind of know that. I think we need to put together a one-pager that has our own, commitments and contributions to the federally and state mandated human services. We can have all the pass-throughs in one column or whatever, but what we do out of our general fund, what we do out of our dedicated mill levy for human services. But we need to kind of get that into that really nice separate box so we look at it. I think that the group should have some discussion of the city's role as a board of health. And it's my understanding that they've decided to focus on environmental health as opposed to human health and community health and individual members' health. But I don't know that that has been part of a community assessment of what community, the public health improvement plan and the role as a board of health. And I think that just, I literally can't think of a single story I've ever read where the Aspen City Council sitting as the board of health did this or that. The last time when I was involved had a lot to do with the either West Nile virus or asbestos in the yellowbrick. So, it's just, I think that needs to be fully discussed so that we have an understanding that our two boards of health are working concurrently. We really need to analyze the statistics. Mick gave a presentation that Monday night, PowerPoint. I asked for a copy of it, and I got it later the next day with corrected numbers already. Things were just not quite perfect, and there's just a lot of different ways to look at the statistics. There's a lot was thrown out about the ability of Pickens County property owners to carry more property tax, and that's part of the issue of why should they put it in out of their general fund when it could be all with property tax. But that didn't look at the higher property tax levels people pay in different parts of the county because they might be in the Basalt Library District or the other school district. It certainly didn't look at the fact that none of the rental properties of the county, in the city, pay any property tax at all to any county services, let alone human services. And so there's a lot of different elements that need to be looked at from that perspective in my mind. I think we need to look at the underlying sales tax capacities. We keep talking about detox, but I think we all know that detox without treatment is nothing. Detox is just getting someone sober enough to send them out for a greasy spoon breakfast. It's not enough to stop them from having reoccurring issues. And so, it's one thing for us to have a coalition on the treatment center, the detox center, but who then carries the ball for the ongoing costs of counseling and treatment? And that concerns me because we're not the ones with 90 bars, and stake our life on it, reputation as the, great party nightlife, as a resort. And then I think there also needs to be some real polling of the public of what the different options are. I think it's a public awareness issue. The citizens that I saw in Aspen, like myself and Rob, were really very unaware of the council's direction. That, I don't know how many of the various human service clientele are aware of that, the reduced commitment, or that the citizens are, because the budget is a priority document. It's like, this is what we're prioritizing among others. So, I think that the various options, and I think that the council really needs to take a look at our older poll that we did before we did the mill levy question, because it really showed how, narrowly defined the area of a successful ballot question would have been. And then the last is, I think the stakeholders needs to be a little more expanded, because the more that this just shapes up from the city side is to be saying a property tax. I think it comes back to, do you have ACRA representation? Do you have representation of the business community who would bear a lot of that charge? So I don't think stakeholders are just the pod. I mean, how do we include either the public or the business community or property tax owners in that discussion? So those are the things that I would see going forward in this. But I think it's forewarned is forearmed, and we need to make sure we're forearmed before we go into these discussions, so that it is a balanced discussion.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me the discussion isn't balanced because the city has assumed that we take the default position of supporting what they don't support, and we just haven't structured our funding on that basis ever. We just haven't, and so for them to assume that to make these points where it's double taxation, it's not our duty, we have to cut back. That is just, I'd prefer not to be in that discussion, quite frankly. I think it begins to, and then to say, well, we'll do half and half up to $80,000. We've never had that discussion. Those are, why are we in that discussion? I mean,
Michael, I agree with you, but they still have come up from saying that they were only going to do 90,000 this year to 300,000 to theoretically help with some sort of transition level. I do think it buys us some time to move it forward, but we really need to drill down on this in a comparison way of what human service agencies were really talking about, because I was looking through the list in the memo, and I was like, well, are they really going to stop funding, quote, the youth center? And the youth center was in a different category. So it's being funded. They're not cutting back on that, So it was a fairly narrow list of human services, and we have this funny dilemma, appropriately so. But this fund is all we have for environmental needs and human service needs and some of these other broader things. So our funding for the youth center or the Aspen Valley Ski Club come out of this fund. They are still planning on funding those groups, but out of a different fund. And so we need to get an apples-to-apples list of who we're even talking about, which we don't have right now.
Right. And, I think in the city's defense, I think they felt like they've been bringing this discussion up on a regular basis the last few years. Yeah, and I think maybe there's a difference in how we function organizationally, or how we think about that decision-making process, where the message, I don't think, came through clearly, for whatever it wasn't received clearly by us or the nonprofit community. And so I think now this is, where they're wanting to try a different way of having the discussion and providing some clarity about, I mean, the first thing we need to answer is, what problem are we really trying to solve? Is it consistent funding? Is it, are you going through a budget cutting exercise, and this is one of the areas that you're looking at? Is it both? Because I think those are still areas where maybe we don't have the clarity just yet to move the discussion forward in a meaningful way. I think we also have to recognize that the city's responsible for the city's budget, and we do need to have a way have a discussion about how that impacts each other and what that means, for our partnerships in the community moving forward. But ultimately, they need to, just like we need to prioritize within our budgets and make decisions and such, that the city needs to do that. And I think what they're communicating to us is their priorities are shifting from this to other areas. I don't know what those are. We haven't had that discussion. And, they're looking for how does that transition happen. I don't think the discussions have been very smooth so far, but, at least we're trying to have them. And Rachel, I think your point is right too. We need to build that first rung of the ladder if we're going to have these discussions with some facts. Let's make sure we're on the same page, because I really don't understand the city's budget and what problems they're trying to solve, and they probably don't understand how we're structured and how we're viewing the issue also. And so that clearly is the first discussion that needs to happen. Make sure we've got apples to apples comparisons going on.
Yes, Jack.
Yeah, that was going to be one of my points, because I heard that one of the responses was that, per their suggestion, go to our general fund, that we're doing it with potentially Thompson Divide Coalition and Wilderness Workshop. Well, that's not apples to apples, because I think we're talking about Health and Human Services here. And also, and we can't control, manage, whatever, and have no desire to be involved in the actual application that is brought to us. But I truly believe Wilderness Workshop made a mistake in some of their requests, because there's the historic monitoring, and then there were all the other things that we have worked with them outside of the grant funding process, relative to the larger question of oil and gas development, et cetera. And so now that gives the city maybe a little ammunition. So the point being, apples to apples, pears to pears, and so we need to focus on that. Now, timing, John, have you had any discussion or thought about when this might happen?
Well, we left the meeting, the last meeting, saying let's go back to our bodies and talk about this approach and see if the board wants to appoint a couple of folks and whether council does. And then let's target an initial meeting in December. Let's start this sooner rather than later. I think the city's pretty firm on their funding commitment at this point. They're just waiting to see where our budget comes out as to whether it's 300 or 380 or some other number on their side. But I think what they're really concerned about is how does this discussion look going forward. And I think they're anticipating, much as Rachel's indicating, it's going to be a complicated, it's not going to be a two-meeting discussion. It's probably going to be a longer, more complicated discussion of, kind of looking at this from the ground up. And so let's get started now so that by the time we're reconsidering budgets again in June, July, or whenever that process starts up, we've got some direction going into it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Starting now is to just establish some baseline threshold, components of this discussion. So it really does make sense in December that we can look at we can tell our agendas are pretty light, and of course it's holidays too. So we won't talk about maybe potentially that last 2 weeks or at least 10 days, whatever. But that's a positive in approach. Earlier than later.
So, John, do you want us to decide on a couple of representatives?
Well,
now?
I think if we agree with that approach, it would be good to know who that's going to be and be able to communicate that with the city. I don't know who the city representatives are going to be. I know Adam and Steve both seem to have expressed an interest. I don't know if Mick's going to be interested in participating in that discussion. We'll see.
Are there any board members who would be interested?
I'm interested, but I don't want to squeeze anyone else out.
Michael?
Yes, Jack.
Obviously, we know I'm a short timer here, but I would suggest at least some consideration, and there's been no communication here, of having Steve Child possibly enter into this conversation, because he comes from an area of not having background and, you know, some structured thinking, or at least I know when I was elected and before I was sworn in, I was appointed to the committee to pick the county manager, even before I was sworn in, and that seemed to have been a real positive, you know, for the whole group. So anyway, that's a consideration, and it's just an expression of a view, of course.
So it looks like we have one volunteer, but I don't, nobody's.
Everyone else
I
got to
think
draw
Jack
straws.
volunteered somebody who didn't volunteer.
Yeah. And I'll point out to the audience that Steve Child is in the audience at this time. And so, but given the complexity, I can't agree with Jack, given the complexity of the issue, and Steve's hasn't even been sworn into office yet, I think it'd be premature to even ask Steve to do it. So, but, so just tell the city that we just haven't decided yet.
Well, we have Rachel. I would support Rachel.
But that's one person.
And then, if no one else wants to volunteer, I'll volunteer. But I don't know if someone has
So George
a
and Rachel
particular
want to do
interest.
it?
If Michael has a particular interest in this, or Rob, I don't want.
I have interest in it. I just, I'm the guy that didn't support the higher numbers in the Healthy Community Fund, and I'm probably going to continue to take that sort of stance moving forward. And I'm happy to. I don't think the philosophy of this change has happened is the right philosophy for making a change, but I'm not sure that I'm going to be at the level that the board wants me to be in terms of, I'll represent the board and reflect the board's opinions on various things, but know that my opinion might be slightly different. I support the Healthy Community Fund. I think it's a great thing that our community does. I think there's a level to what we can, how we can increase the Healthy Community Fund.
Yeah.
So far I see George and Rachel and Rob as an alternate. Okay?
Is that good?
Okay. Rachel?
Just kind of a tangential comment here. I don't know how many have followed this, but the Denver posted a 7 or 8 day series on child welfare protection services in Colorado, and essentially highlighting, the failures of such system. They really haven't gone at any great length to the number of families where there have been interventions and a successful outcome, which is significant. But I think that, what really has struck me in those conversations is that programs like the visiting nurse program, which goes in and meets families on their grounds and talks about safe child rearing practices and assistance that's available, and so on and so forth, very successful program. That's not a mandated federal or state program. And that's the type of program that assists in the general welfare of the entire community. And so I just kind of want to put that out there, that you can always draw the line and say, well, this is all we're mandated to do, but then you're left picking up a lot more pieces in a lot more uglier situations than when you're able to provide these sort of support and family strengthening measures up front. And so just kind of wanted to add that as a side note, that's why we participate, is because it's good for the health of the community.
Okay.
One last thing, John, in preparing for this, will there be a kind of a background bit of information? I think I was hearing, but I'm reconfirming, because when we look at today's meeting, our quarterly as a Board of Health, and you can look at the federal reductions, et cetera, there's a whole stream of funding that's ratcheting down, separate of fiscal cliff.
Right.
But it's mentioned here several times that there's less federal funding, for example, and that impacts, and it has the ripple effect to all this stuff. So
Yeah, and my suggestion is for the first meeting would be to, prepare some of our budget information, but I think if we go in with too much on that first discussion, it probably doesn't get us off necessarily on the right foot versus trying to figure out, okay, what are the discussions that we need to have? What's the clarity we need to bring? Because I don't think we've had the opportunity to really explore that with council members or the nonprofits, and a lot of the clarity may not need to come from us. It may need to come from the nonprofit community initially, because as I keep saying, this is really at the end of the day a discussion between the city and their funding priorities and the nonprofit community that is being funded by them.
Yes, Joy?
The only thing I would add on that is one of Rachel's earlier points is in terms of clarity. I think the public, city council needs to understand what our mandated responsibilities are, and I think they're not quite. They really don't quite understand that.
And that's I think that one pager that Rachel is talking about probably does that while clarifying our funding and also mandated versus discretionary. I think that's a really good place to start the discussion and then build from there.
Yes.
Yeah, just to comment on that, I agree with that approach, as you can't go through too much at once. On the other hand, I don't want to be scrambling for adjunct information that we don't have prepared yet. And I don't want to go into the first meeting thinking, well, here we're presenting these two things so we can talk about these common platform, and instead end up with a couple new PowerPoints about why it's all one way. I mean, I just really I want to be really clear that, whether we use all the materials or not is one thing, but I want to make sure we're fully prepared.
All right. Other item is probably in the category of heads up. The board could potentially give some direction, but you may have seen in the paper today the Snowmass Town Councils tabled their approval of the EOTC budget, and I think it was based on the discussion about Ruby Park. And the Ruby Park discussion, I think, shifted from the last EOTC meeting, which is the concern that I'm hearing Snowmass has, to the budget that's being put in front of the entities, and actually which was already in front of you guys, which has $200,000 coming from the $3 million lockbox for Ruby Park planning. And that was a discussion that went back and forth, as I recall, in the EOTC meeting. I think there's some concern on Snowmass's part about whether it was appropriate for it to come out of that lockbox, and does that require further EOTC discussion, or is it appropriate that enough has changed in the proposal? And I think where the concern lies is originally, as I believe the Ruby Park project was presented, there was some EOTC funding as well as municipal funding that was going into both the planning and then improvements at Ruby Park. The $3 million lockbox was at least, I think, tacitly set up to provide a pool of money for any of the three entities participating in the EOTC to have matching funds available for grants. And so I think that's one level of confusion, and then I think the other level of confusion is, wasn't the Ruby Park part of the environmental impact statement for the entrance to Aspen, and why isn't it coming out of that lockbox? As a practical matter, it's all the same pot of money. At the end of the day, these lockboxes and buckets, we've created them. They're not anything other than a creation of the EOTC coming together. But I just want to, if you hadn't seen that in the paper, I just wanted you to be aware, Snowmass now is raising the question of, should we have another EOTC meeting to clarify this, or do we need to talk about this at EOTC? And I think they are curious what the county's position is.
Did they say that in the article, or did you hear that from Russ?
I heard that from Russ.
Yeah. So they want clarification on the county's position of the funding for Ruby
The
Park.
lockbox, and whether the Ruby Park project, and we may need to do a work session on it.
Rachel?
Well, we did already approve
Right.
both of those items going forward. The other thing I really got out of the article was that they had a very diminished number of council members there. It was only 3, and so it would have taken a majority unanimous on both of those items to go forward, at least on the Highway 82 underpass project. There was concerns because there were the cost overruns and that someone else should eat them, not the EOTC. But that was 1 out of 2 expressing that, and they wanted to wait until they had a full council. I don't know if the other issue is resolved by having a full council as well. If they need and we need an additional EOTC meeting, so be it. But there's just a point at which this is community money to be used for transportation improvements, and I myself was concerned about the lockbox or not, and the impacts, as you guys heard me ask Tom Okins for some further analysis. But the more I have thought about it, we did create this capital pool with a few things listed. That's why the dollar amount was picked at $3 million, so it would have enough for some of these items. And then secondly, it's both Snowmass and Aspen that are funding that from their lockbox, so I'm not sure where it comes from. It's kind of like Aspen asking to spend its own money, whether it's in, capital improvements or the entrance to Aspen. So, I don't know that we can do anything except for reaffirm that we've already passed these on first reading, and that, it seems to be the intent of the board to move forward with it. I'd like to make sure that we do not, for any reason, miss our state and federal funding for the bypass or the underpass. And that, if we have to do a loan from our general fund, to make sure we make any deadlines there and that moves forward, because it sounds like for the want of $125,000, we're going to walk away from $2.5 million worth of funding from other sources, and that gets to be a little absurd. But again, I don't know what else we can do except for be available schedule-wise and try to move it forward. But isn't there a point that if the main budget was passed, but these were an addendum to the budget? Because I'm wondering what will fund the free buses January 1st if we haven't approved that budget, and at what point, is that what is Snowmass backing us into?
Well, I think right now they're just seeking clarity. I don't know that it's, like you said, I think they did not have a full council last night. I saw that in the article also. I had a communication from Russ yesterday kind of raising the same questions prior to their meeting. And so staff is kind of working on process-wise. The EOTC process is a little convoluted in terms of decision-making because we all get together and then all the decisions come back to the individual boards and may be changed or not. And I think this is a situation where they saw, oh, this looks different than what we understood at the EOTC meeting, county, or, did you consider these things? And so I just want you to be aware that discussion was on the table if you hadn't seen the article in case you got asked. And I think, as Rachel said, if the board still supports the budget decision moving forward prior to second reading, I can communicate that.
Yes, George.
Do you know when their next council meeting is? Is it next Monday or?
Probably 2 weeks.
I think it's 2 weeks, George, but I'm going to have to double check that.
Yeah, I'm going to reiterate what Rachel said, and I believe we did have an approval of the budget at that last EOTC meeting, and although there were some concerns raised about a cost overrun, I think there was some confusion in terms of how those cost overruns really occurred, and they really are part of the overall project, and not just to date. And I think there was some confusion there, and to think that a public entity never has cost overruns, I think they need to look a little closer into their own projects, whether it be the town of Snowmass Village, Pickens County, or City of Aspen. I mean, it's not that unusual, but to jeopardize a project that is really moving along very quickly would be a tremendous disservice to this entire community. And, you know, I'd be happy to go up and attend that meeting if necessary, but I just think that we need to send a clear message to the town of Snowmass Village that the importance of both of these projects and understanding where these dollars are coming from.
That is all I had on open discussion.
Yeah, I mean, you know, my feeling about the EOTC is that everybody thinks maybe because of the lock boxes or because of their own particular interests, that somehow they're all separate projects and they separately benefit separate entities. Whereas the coordination of these transportation facilities, whether it's at Snowmass or in the heart of Aspen or at the ABC, somehow benefit just one portion of that group. And I think philosophically we've got to get together and say, listen, these are aspects rooted in different communities, but shared by all our citizens. And so whether it's the transportation center at Snowmass or transportation center in Aspen or the pedestrian crossing, these are projects jointly that we do that benefit all of us. And this bickering about whether or not Picken County has overseen their budget in a proper way in terms of the pedestrian crossing, I find that, I mean, Snowmass, that's unfortunate that Snowmass would think that we don't review those budgets and talk about those costs and keep to the contracts and do the best we can, and that somehow they're our guardians. We need a philosophical discussion to bring this group back together and to avoid this last-minute bickering at council sessions or grandstanding or whatever it is about I'm the best budget guardian there is, and I'm going to watch out for the shortcomings of Picken County or Aspen. This is not a good situation. This is the most difficult committee that we are on, and the least cooperative, with the necessity to be the most cooperative. And it's just unfortunate. So go on to other business.
That's all I had. I don't know if board members have any open discussion. I would note we did not budget a break, and so if, you know, we might run into some time where you guys can take a little break here too before the COG presentation.
COG presentation starts at
11:30.
So we can go get lunch or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. On the agenda, did I miss something on the agenda? You have 11:30 Northwest COG?
That's correct. I was just noting that as we finish up our open discussion, we didn't have a break, and so I think if we finish open discussion before then, you guys can have a little break.
We finished? Should we take a break till 11:30? Board, yes?
I don't have any.
Okay.
Thought you guys would have stuff. It's been so long since we've had open discussion.
Welcome back. It's the Board of County Commissioners work session for November 20th, 2012. It's about 11:30 and we have a presentation by Liz Mullen from Northwest Colorado Council of Government on water quality and quantity presentation. Has that been changed or is that what you're
Well, what I'd like to do today is to give you a brief overview of Northwest COG,
Okay.
how we're formed and all the programs we offer. Shanna Camuso was not able to come today. She had a death in her family. So I won't go into as much detail into the QQ side of things, but we have a number of other programs I'd like to tell you about and some new things for next year as well.
Okay, thank you, Liz. And your position is?
I am the Executive Director of Northwest COG.
Okay, thank you very much. Why don't you begin?
Okay, I believe in your packet you have a copy of our 2011 annual report, and this is what I'm going to be talking from. I understand it's a little bit dated. We're getting towards the end of 2012, but we will be updating this right after the first of the year. As many of you may know, Northwest COG was created by executive order in 1972 when the governor created planning regions, so we're also referred to as Planning Region 12. And if you look on page 4 of the annual report, there's a map of our region that shows you which 5 counties are included in Region 12. We have all 5 counties are members of Northwest COG. Most of the towns within those 5 counties are members. And we also have the cities of Steamboat Springs, Glenwood Springs, and the town of Carbondale that, even though they're in Region 11, have chosen to be members of Northwest COG because they feel that the programs we offer are beneficial to them. So the way the council is designed, there's a representative from each of the member jurisdictions that sits on the council, and Commissioner Idner is your representative to Northwest COG. There's an executive committee which includes the 5 county representatives and the 4 municipal members that are elected each year in January. And the council meets about every other month, and their main responsibility is oversight for the organization, providing general direction for the organization. I just want to point out on page 5, at the bottom, you'll see that we take the member dues that we receive, and we leverage those dues to bring in funding to the region that the individual jurisdictions cannot bring in on their own. This is funding for regional programs, and we were able to leverage those funds to bring in over $5 million in 2011. It's been about $4 million in 2012. We expect about $4 million in 2013 as well. And then on pages 6 and 7, I'm just going to walk through each of the programs as a brief description of the programs. The Alpine Area Agency on Aging, Northwest COG serves as the fiscal agent for federal funds from the Older Americans Act and state funds from the Older Coloradans Act. Those funds come into the region and then we distribute them among all the counties for senior programs. And the next year you'll start seeing the umbrella Center for Community Living. There's a trend both at the federal and state level to start asking organizations to work together more, so staying in the silo of only serving seniors is going to start becoming a little less strict, and they're going to be asking us to provide some services to the disabled community, to veterans. So we're already positioning ourselves to be prepared for that and to take advantage of all those funding streams that will be coming our way. The Economic Development District, we worked on getting our district designation from the EDA for 3 years. We finally got it in August of this year. And so you'll be seeing a lot of activity in economic development next year. Being in a designated economic development district gives us some planning funds that we can use to take on some new projects. We've applied for the SET training, which stands for Stronger Economies Together. This is a program through the USDA. It's a 9-month economic development training program that they provide for free. Northwest COG can arrange it. We can have up to 60 people from our region attend and then work together on economic development projects through this training program. We're also looking at developing kind of a mentoring program for local businesses to put them together with some mentors within the community that can help them be successful in running their business. And the biggest thing that the council directed staff to make broadband its #1 priority for 2013. So we've already applied to DOLA for some funding to do a regional strategic plan for broadband. And we're waiting to hear on that. But DOLA liked our project so much that they talked to some other counties, and Rio Blanco, Routt, and Moffat counties have asked if they can join in on our project. So DOLA was willing to increase our funding amount if we would be willing to let these 3 non-members join in on this project. So we're waiting for the final funding award on that. And we should hear in December. And once we get the funding, we'll start that project in January. So what that will be is a regional broadband strategic plan that determines where we are in broadband capability throughout the region, where we want to be, what are the gaps and how are we planning to address those gaps, what are the private sector and public sector projects that are underway, and then how are we going to sustain this network into the future. And we hope to have that accomplished by the end of 2013. The elevator inspection program, this has been going on for 20 years. I think you're probably all familiar with it. We are responsible for inspecting all the commercial elevators within the region. Your building code requires each commercial elevator be inspected annually. So we automatically go out and inspect those elevators when they're due for an inspection. We bill the building owner directly, and because you're members of Northwest COG, all your building owners get a discount of $75 per inspection. And you'll note on page 2, Aspen in 2011 had 222 elevators, and I think unincorporated Pickens County had 2, but I think the number for the whole county has risen to 235 in 2012. So we have 4 qualified elevator inspectors. They're certified with the state. And we also serve as the liaison with the state, and we share our database with the state of all the elevators. So that's something that your staff does not have to take care of. The energy management or the weatherization program. This is a program where we, it's income qualified for low-income folks who can apply. And then we will go in and do an energy audit on their house and then determine what measures we can take to improve the energy efficiency of their house by blowing insulation, building storm windows, replacing the furnace, replacing the refrigerator, and doing other types of things, blowing insulation in the attic and underneath. This.
Yes, go ahead, Richard.
Michael, thank you. On this item in particular, it was interesting to see that it was non-member jurisdictions were the highest number of weatherizations that happened at around 257, unless I'm reading that wrong. And we have 8 in Pickens County. I didn't know there's any specific in Aspen. I realize this changes from year to year. But it seems that there really should be perhaps greater networking with the Energy Smart program that Aspen is helping to fund and participates in, and we participate in with Gunnison, Eagle, and Pickens County. And I hate to see duplication, and I'd love to see, some coordination there. I realize that there might be income limits that make it more difficult to find the appropriate homes in Aspen and Pickens County as a whole, but I just, I feel like for ourselves it might be a bit of an underutilized program, and I don't know if those networking communications have been made through our CORE, the Community Office of Resource Efficiency, who oversees the Energy Smart program.
Okay, and I just met Jason Huber, is that his name, from CORE, and
isn't Jason with the city? Or is he,
No, he's CORE.
He's CORE. Okay.
he's been participating in our economic development efforts, but then he has also said this exact same thing, let's get all these organizations together and make sure they're working together. So I think that's something we'll be trying to do next year as well. And I just want to point out that the Energy Management Program does work in 13 counties, and this is a region that was designated by the state. Northwest COG does not actually we manage the program, but it's completely grant funded. We're not required to put any match in, and we are able to charge indirect and rent and all those things to that grant. So it does support our organization that way without taking any dues money. But yes, it is a bigger region, and that is kind of out of our control.
Okay, no, that's a good explanation on that. And again, I'd just like to see that if we can focus on what we can get done within the region too.
Right.
Are mobile homes allowed?
Yes,
within that?
we
So-
work on a lot of mobile homes.
Yeah.
And right now, the waiting list is actually almost 12 months to get someone to get out to their homes.
George
But-
has a question. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Yeah, on that same subject, Liz, how do you market the weatherization program so the communities and people are aware of it?
2 ways, through the social services offices, and also if anyone qualifies for the LEAP program, which is the energy assistance, we get a list of everyone who's qualified and we send them a letter as well. So those are the 2 main ways that we advertise. When we had ERA funds last year, we actually took some ads out in the paper, and because we had additional funding and more staff, and we could do more homes, and we were actively recruiting people. But now that our waiting list is a year long and our funding has gone back to the pre-ERA level, we're not marketing quite as much. So social services offices and the LEAP program are the 2 main ones.
Yes, Jack?
On the same subject, I'd like to clarify, does the weatherization program work through loans only, or are there grants?
Northwest COG gets a grant from the Colorado Energy Office and some grant funding from Excel Energy and from the LEAP program. And this is at no charge to the homeowner or the renter. So the renter can qualify. You don't have to own the home to qualify, but the renter's income can qualify. But also we look at whether or not we worked on that home before. So the renter has to qualify by us, so the house has to have not been weatherized by our program within a number of years. So if someone moves to a new house, they could qualify again, but if someone moves into the house that was just weatherized, that house wouldn't qualify. But there's no cost to the renters or the homeowners. I think for the refrigerator program, in some occasions, they'll ask the landlord to pay for half of the refrigerator, but I think that's the only time they ask for any funding from anyone. Otherwise, it's completely grant funded.
And how about, do you work with not only individuals, but say homeowners associations, multifamily affordable housing?
We've done a few multifamilies, mostly it's individuals. I mean, the whole housing complex would have to qualify under the income, so it's a little more difficult sometimes to do the big blocks. But we have done a few. We've done one in Gypsum, one in Glenwood Springs. So those are special projects that we want to do.
Well, at least it's available, and then you see if you can qualify. So,
Right.
thank you.
Yes, Rob?
And one thought with that is our employee housing program, there's income caps to certain levels of units, and they would be a no-brainer to market to in terms of you qualify because you're in this unit, you can only earn so much to be in that unit.
Right.
And it would be a great way to support the longevity of the units themselves, which are an asset to our community. So I think that would be a great outreach to reach out to our employee housing authority here and let them know what possibilities there might be in partnership there. Going back to a couple of things, I just have a couple questions since we're taking questions on various things. The elevator program, I don't see Snowmass on here, and they're not a jurisdiction member.
That's right.
But they are within Pickens County. So how does that work? Because we're paying our dues based on our population, which includes Snowmass, and our property values, which includes Snowmass.
Well, Snowmass has chosen to contract with someone to do their elevators.
Okay.
I have been speaking to them about going before the town council, hopefully in December, but it's not been confirmed, to talk to them about joining Northwest COG. So, but yeah, they are not members of Northwest COG, and we do not inspect their elevators, and
So even though they're within Picken County, they don't qualify under our membership of being Picken County
no, because they're their own
businesses or.
municipality, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they benefit from some of the regional programs. There's really no way around that because it's hard to kind of carve out the non-members. So they will benefit from, the senior meals and I don't know that we've weatherized any homes in Snowmass, but some of the other programs, and I'm starting to see them show up at our economic development meetings, which are public meetings. So we're hoping that will encourage them to participate as COG members.
And I'm pretty sure that I've mentioned this in various COG meetings over the year, and I'm sure Phyllis's ears perked up with the broadband stuff, because we've just spent a tremendous amount of effort doing what hopefully we're going to do as a region through the economic development part of Northwest COG. And there's probably a lot that could be learned from what we went through to assess where our dead spots were, what projects are in the works through private, public, various entities and stuff like that. So it would be a good model to share that information, to say this is how you go about it. And we have a lot of great people involved with gathering that data that Phyllis headed up.
And we'll be asking each county to appoint someone to serve on the steering committee for this broadband project. So I'll have you bring someone in, and they would be our point person for Picken County. So when we do the county specific meetings here, we can come in, and we don't want to duplicate anything you've already done, but build upon it. We're also hoping that our economic development district status will open up some infrastructure funding. So if we can identify what would be an appropriate role for government that could help, move along the broadband capability, maybe we can apply for some funding that we didn't qualify for before. We'll definitely be sending something out. We'll be working through the rep and through the county manager on all these things that require someone to maybe start attending these project-specific meetings. One last thing I want to point on the energy management. The goal that's handed down from the state for our organization is that for every $1 we put into a house, we have to realize $2 in savings on their energy bill. So we save most homes around $400 a year on their energy bill. So, member services, there's a wide range of things we've been doing kind of on demand for our member jurisdictions, and they're all listed here. But the one thing I want to point out that will be new next year, and that's also from the direction we received at our August strategic planning session, was Northwest COG will be convening a joint purchasing consortium. So this is another group where we'll be asking all the jurisdictions that want to participate to identify someone to represent them, but pulling together all the purchasing folks and talking about how they can, share RFP processes and share contracts for purchasing things. Mostly it's a lot of road and bridge things, but whatever they want to buy to get a greater discount and share that contract. There's a organization called MAPO out of the Front Range that is already doing this successfully. So basically they get together and everyone decides what they are all needing to buy. One jurisdiction goes out with an RFP that includes all the other jurisdictions in it, and then they can all individually contract with the vendor independently, but get that same pricing. We'll be working on that beginning next year as well. Regional businesses is the area where the dues come into, and then we use those dues to match funds for these regional grants. About $20,000 goes to the Alpine Area Agency on Aging. That's a requirement for that grant. We're going to be using about $50,000 for the DOLA grant for the broadband project, about $58,000 for the EDD planning project, and $10,000 goes to the Watershed Services 208 plan. And right below that, Watershed Services, this is Lane Wyatt, does these services kind of as needed, but he will review different development applications and land use applications to make sure everything's consistent with our 208 water quality plan. He just updated that plan this summer. The QQ board approved of it, the Northwest COG board approved it, and it's at the state waiting for approval right now. Top of page 7, I have the Northwest All Hazards Emergency Management Region. This is a 10-county region, again, so it's regions 12 and 11. Northwest COG serves as a fiscal agent for Homeland Security grants. We have a board that consists of the emergency manager from each of the 10 counties, and they oversee the process of deciding what we need and what we're going to apply for as a region for these Homeland Security grants. And this has been going on for almost 10 years. I think it started in 2003. And it's been about $1 million a year into the region. Recently, the funding has fallen off, so it's not as much as it was, but we provide a coordinator for the group, and we serve as the fiscal agent for those grants. And this is a really good example of how a regional organization, when funding becomes available, like it did after 9/11, that we're already in place and ready to take advantage of these grants and administer them. The Northwest Loan Fund, this is an 8-county program. You can see we often go outside of our region. We are working to rebuild this program. I'm meeting with Eagle County in the first week of December to talk about applying for a CDBG grant for about $500,000 to replenish the funds for this program. We'll hire a new staff person, rebuild the loan committee, so yet another committee that will be asking you to appoint someone to review loan applications. And then we have some other funding sources we've come across, so we're really looking to build this up over the next year, and it ties in very well with our economic development district. So these would be loans to small businesses to either create jobs or retain jobs, and these are for businesses who cannot qualify for conventional funding through the banks. So they have to show that they've been turned down before they can apply for our program, because we don't want to be competing with the local lenders. Northwest COG Foundation is a 501c3 organization that we administer, and we can apply for private sector funding in partnership with our members for capital projects. We also use it for different programs who want to apply it to for private sector grants for their programs. The Area Agency on Aging has used it, QQ has used it to get some funding from these foundations that only fund 501c3 organizations. A recent example of using the Northwest COG Foundation is Summit County was trying to build the Swan Mountain Rec Path. It was a $10 million project. So we worked with them. We pulled together a grassroots group, and they raised money. We were able to raise about $600,000 that they used as the required match for GOCO grants, state trails grants, and that project is now completed and in John Fielder's book of GOCO projects, and it's beautiful, and it was a big success. It took a long time, but we actually got it built. So, and Summit County didn't have to put up any of their own money. The funding that was raised by the foundation and the GOCO funds and grant funds are what paid for the whole project, even though Summit County administered the project. The Regional Transportation Coordinating Council, this is a new program too, and you'll really see this take off next year. We've been waiting for some of our grant contracts. They were 9 months late, but we finally have them in place from CDOT. And we basically got $500,000 in grants to hire a mobility manager and to create a one-click, one-call center for the region. And this call center will coordinate transportation for older adults, disabled folks, and veterans, mostly between counties where the public transportation systems do not run. RAFTA is involved, Eco-Transit's involved, Summit Stage is involved, Steamboat Springs Transit are involved. They've all put in some matching funds to help support this, and we hope to have this up and running next year. We finally got our grant contract signed. It is funded mostly through, some of the mobility managers funded through CDOT, but the capital grant for the call center is a Veterans Transportation and Community Living Grant. The Transportation Coordinating Council came out of the Rural Resort Region. The Rural Resort Region is going to be dormant in 2013, but that's an organization where we can, if we have a specific issue that everyone wants to work on, it's a good place to operate a project for that issue and allow non-COG members to participate on that specific issue. So things that came out of the Rural Resort Region in the past include the I-70 Coalition, the Colorado Bark Beetle Cooperative, and then this Regional Transportation Coordinating Council. We don't have a specific pressing issue for 2013, but we'll keep this structure in place so if an issue comes up in the future, we can utilize it again. And then finally, the Water Quality and Quantity Committee. Commissioner Richards sits on this committee. This is kind of a separate organization, even though it's under the Northwest COG umbrella. There's a separate due structure, and they hire 3 contractors to work with the QQ committee. They have a 6-page scope of services, and I brought copies of that if anyone would like a copy of that. They focus mostly on issues related to headwaters communities, legislation. Shanna is down at the Capitol January through May working on legislative issues. They have a defense fund for water issues. They're keeping an eye on the oil and gas rulemaking that's going on. And most recently asked to look into wildfire mitigation funding and other efforts. So Shannon and I will be meeting with the Bark Beetle Cooperative to see how we can complement each other, have the QQ and the Bark Beetle folks work together on wildfire mitigation projects. How am I doing?
You're doing well, Liz. Thank you. Jack, you have a question?
Yes, as we all know, when Governor Hickenlooper was elected, one of his major priorities was the bottom-up economic development process.
Yeah.
Northwest COG is our regional, I guess, how would I call it, clearinghouse representative, coordinator, all of the above.
Yes.
Now wondering, has there been tangible results relative to job creation and furtherance of economic sustainability as a result of this work that we all collectively participated in with COG?
Well, I think one of the things that was accomplished was the creation of our SEDS, which is a comprehensive economic development strategy. It's a regional strategy, and it's required for some funding. So if Pickens County is looking to apply to EDA or Chamber of Commerce, and the grant requires that you tie the project back to a SEDS, we now have one that's approved by the federal government. So that is something COG did in conjunction with this Blue Ribbon, or the bottom-up, I forget what
The economic development.
So as we were having all those public meetings, we also used those public meetings to collect information for our sets. So that's one thing that came out of that. And now we continue to work with them on the blueprint. Our economic development strategy and scope of work ties directly into the state's blueprint so that they work together. And I mean, it was coincidental that we were doing this at the same time, so we made a point of cooperating with the state and making sure that they have the information that we're using and vice versa, so they work together. The state is looking to put together a kind of a data center of assets that a business may be looking for when they're looking to locate a business. So we're working with them to help create that. And that's just in the very beginning stages at this point. And then they're working to put together it's kind of like a 2-page summary of the region that they can use when businesses are coming to the state looking to relocate and are looking for something specific. They can give them a summary of our region to help them decide if this would be a good place for them to relocate. But I think after they complete that, this is when Northwest COG will keep going with our economic development district to do some very specific things next year. And we're working on developing our scope of work with this economic development group that's been meeting. They meet next on December 11th. And this is where we decided, we need the loan fund, we need the mentoring program, we need some economic development training. Something else that came out of that is surveying all the employers to see what kind of skills they're looking for in an employee, and then working with the Workforce Center and CMC to make sure that those training for those skills are provided, and we're putting the people together with the training so the employers are getting the staff that they need, so those types of things.
Well, I can see we can plan forever, but what I'm interested in is outcomes, and I'm wondering, how did it translate relative to jobs?
And I don't know
We have
that
a
it
heck
has
of
yet.
infrastructure in at least 4 counties. I know Jackson, is not very largely populated, that's how I'll put it. So, but the other counties have a lot of infrastructure. It's just, how does it translate? Is that a next step?
I'm hoping to be able to show that more next year, because we're looking at specific deliverables, and we're done talking about mission and vision and general goals, and we're actually talking about specific deliverables for next year and tracking those types of things. So I'm hoping if I come back next year, I'll have something a little more concrete that I can tell you about, but I don't have anything at this time.
Yeah, good, thank you. Appreciate it.
We're out of time. George, do you have one last question?
Yeah, hopefully a quick question. I'm just looking at your pie charts for your financials, and I know it goes for 2011. But out of that, for the revenues, there's a substantial funding that came from the American Recovery Act funds.
Yeah.
And so as you go forward, when have those expired, and how are you going to supplement that revenue? Because I haven't seen your expenditures by programs in terms of how that balances out.
The ERA funds are mostly for the weatherization program. So the weatherization program was a $1.5 million program. Then the ERA funds came and doubled it to a $3 million program. So we increased staff, we increased trucks and equipment for the 3 years for the ERA funds, and those are the last of those funds that were spent in 2012, which would be spent out. So we had to decrease staff and everything this year as the funds came down. So we'll be back to pre-ERA levels of a $1.5 million program for next year. So yes, that was a big chunk in 2011, but we're adjusting, and it's all within the weatherization program, quite frankly. We're adjusting our expenses to match the funding.
So do you have a new budget, maybe hasn't been approved yet for 2013?
Yes, and we looked at that in October. We looked at a draft, and the board will be approving it at their December 6th meeting. But you're right, we won't be at this same level, so we're looking at a smaller budget, more $4.5 million instead of the $6 million.
Well, thank you, Liz. We appreciate the update.
Thank you for your time.
And now we're going to move on to a meeting as the Board of Health. Is there a motion to meet as the Board of Health?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Welcome, Liz and Nan.
Thank you.
And today we're going to go over the budget. Is that what we're going to do?
Right. This is the fourth quarter, or you want to convene as? Oh, I heard it, but I missed it. So this is the fourth quarter meeting with the Public Health Director and Public and Environmental Health. And during the fourth quarter meeting, you generally simply review the Community Health Services budget for 2013. And there are brief updates that Liz has given you in her packet, and I'll let her talk about that. There are a couple of things for you to consider as you're here today that I tried to bring up in the memo. First of all, we're feeling like things are a little bit backwards in terms of timing for your Board of Health's review of the public health budget needs. So what happens is that Community Health Services submits an application to the Healthy Community Fund. The Grant Review Committee reviews it without getting input from you all about what your priorities are. They make their best effort at making a recommendation, and then Liz and Community Health come to you for your approval of her budget and an endorsement. Some of the language is a little confusing, so Liz and I landed on review and endorsement of, because her board has already approved it. But if you have concerns or issues with her budget, she can take those back to her board for consideration. So hopefully today you can review and raise any issues and concerns and or endorse the Community Health Services budget. You can direct staff to take the next 6 months to figure out what's a better process for public health to be assured the funds that they need to perform the public health services that they do. And then the last piece is that Dr. Cohen's contract ends at the end of December, and he has expressed an interest in willingness to serve for another 6 months to allow us to recruit another local health officer, but then he would like to find other things that would interest him. So we just want to acknowledge the work that Dr. Morris Cohen has done as a local health officer, I think since like 2005, 2006. He's really helped us with emergency preparedness, and he helps us understand the impacts of some of the communicable diseases that come our way. And we will, unless you guys have another idea, be working together to find a replacement by the end of June, and we will extend his contract for 6 months unless there's other direction.
Yes, Rachel.
I agree with the direction and, certainly express thanks for his willingness to give us the time to find a replacement, and appreciate all the past service. But is it something that this board will interview those potential candidates to then make
I think
the
so.
appointment?
And we have an understanding that at least one person is interested, so we might even, and there is, we do pay Dr. Cohen a small stipend, which I imagine we'll continue to budget for. So I think we'll probably invite all interested people and consider interviews for that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You
Yeah.
said I think we want to make sure we have an open and advertised
Yes,
process, and then do
we will.
interviews.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just wanted to comment that I've just recently learned that the Office of Planning and Partnerships at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment is actually going to be working on a job description for the medical officer. So hopefully that'll be
Kind of concurrent.
completed February, March, I'm told, so that would help with some guidelines for that.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll turn it over to Liz Stark, our Public Health Director.
Hello, everybody. I'm Liz Stark, Director of Community Health Services and the Pickens County Public Health Director. Our last quarterly meeting of 2012, and at these last quarterly meetings, I present our budget, do a budget presentation where I'll sort of review some trends for 2012 and talk about our 2013 budget. Also included in your memo was information about the Colorado minimum quality standards, the rulemaking for those quality standards. That's going to happen in January. So the information that's included in your packet is just background information. So if any of you have any recommendations about or concerns about the quality standards, I'm happy to communicate back to the state about those. It's really just it's part of the Public Health Act of 2008 to add on to the core public health services and just develop a quality improvement process for public health agencies. There's not going to be any reporting requirements associated with this. It's just a tool for public health agencies to implement quality improvement processes. So I'll go ahead and get started on our budget presentation. You have a PowerPoint in your packet, and you see it here in front of you. And you also have our profit and loss, which is just a budget overview with 2012 compared to 2013 in your packet to reference during the presentation. So first of all, just briefly about our process. We start working on our budget, well, in preparation for the submission of our August 1st Healthy Community Fund application over the summer, looking at second quarter data. And it has the budget that we submitted for that application has changed because we've made some subsequent changes to that since that draft budget. Our Finance Committee reviews it and presents it to our Board of Directors, and they did approve that at our October 31st meeting, pending any major recommendations that the Board of Health might have. So some trends that we've seen over the last in 2012. And they're specific to some of the programs that we operate. You're familiar with our prenatal program, where we serve women from Eagle and Pickens counties, and we provide prenatal care in conjunction with All Valley Women's Care. The first year that we took that program on, it quadrupled the number of women that we saw in that program, and we've seen sort of a steady decline in the numbers of women served in that program, both from Eagle County and Pickens County. In 2012, we've seen a 34% decrease in the number of women served compared to 2011. Speculation about the reason for that. We believe that the women in the Valley are getting care. We don't believe that we're missing people, but we think that that population has moved away due to the economic difficulties that people found in finding jobs, that population just couldn't afford to stay here much longer. So that's when we are hearing of other trends in hospitals and other prenatal programs, that deliveries in hospitals and other prenatal programs, the numbers are down also in the region.
Are they down by 34%?
I don't know their numbers, so I can't answer that directly. Just anecdotally, our Aspen Valley Hospital would report that their deliveries are down.
Well, that could mean one birth, right? So it doesn't mean that.
Yeah,
I
true.
mean, it has to have a more robust context than their deliveries are down.
I think that's what Liz is trying to say, that statewide births are down. We can find the number for you from Aspen, but we've heard.
This is just a matter of interest.
Yeah.
For yourselves. I mean, because that would give you some hint as to whether you're actually serving,
right,
or people are drifting away from being served.
Lost. Mm-hmm.
So.
Right. Our family planning program has seen a 15% increase in number of women served, and we believe that that's due to the implementation of the clinic efficiency measures that we put into place at the beginning of the year. And we created a position for a clinic assistant that really has created a lot of efficiencies in that program and allowed us to see more women on the 2 days per week that we offer that program. So I think we're seeing
some decrease in prenatal care.
Well, that could be. We'd like to take a little bit of credit for that, but so that's been a real success, and that was one of the goals of going through that clinic efficiency process, was to increase our numbers. So we are seeing that. And we've also seen an increase in the number of women served in the Women's Wellness Connection, and that's a program that's for women aged 40 to 64. It provides for free breast and cervical cancer screenings. And in those visits, they get a pap smear, a breast exam, and mammogram referrals, and any follow-up that they need for any abnormal tests. So we've seen that program grow about by the same amount about every year since I've been here for the last 6 years. And we believe that that's also because of the economics, and that I think more women are just learning about the program. The state program actually did some outreach in the last couple of years. So, and this is a population of women that sort of falls through the cracks, that aren't of childbearing age, but yet, and that have low income, seasonal jobs, that don't offer insurance. So we're glad that we've continued to see this program grow, because we feel like it's a population of women that gets missed.
Yes.
That's a question. I've asked this of you before, Liz, but regarding a men's wellness connection, because when you look at prostate cancer and early detection, why don't we have something like that, or do we?
Well, in our organization, we can provide very basic men's health screenings. Some of our the 3 nurse practitioners that provide those services, of those 3, I'd say one of them is only probably trained and credentialed to do men's screening. So that's one limitation of our program. We don't have a big volume of men. We have a volume. We see men more in our sexually transmitted disease screening and treatment program. And remember, we don't provide other primary care services. And I think it's a cultural thing in a way that men don't seek care like women do, and there's not a routine sort of recommendations for men. So you don't see them coming through very regularly for routine kinds of services. It's not the answer, but we could make an effort to increase our men's screening services. We have to we could do more outreach to men in our organization.
Yeah, I just wondered if you had a program like that and you did outreach and were able to start to educate that population, maybe then they would start to take advantage of that just as the women have.
Do they do prostate screenings at the health fairs?
No.
Okay.
Well, they
So-
do a PSA. They do the blood test.
PSA only.
Yeah.
You know, there's always a question in terms of how really effective that is.
Right.
Right. Well, that's something that we will talk about in our organization, just to see, what the capacity we have to expand and to see more men.
I mean, are there funding opportunities for that?
Not specifically directed at men.
No.
We have a Komen grant that includes screening for men. They don't differentiate or fund us differently. Men could have a breast exam in our agency, so none of the funding that we currently receive is specific to men, and I'm not aware of any.
Thanks.
Other program trends this year, our immunization numbers have sort of stayed the same compared to 2011. We did see a decrease in 2011. We thought it might be related to the opening of the Mountain Family Health Center in Basalt, particularly our children's immunization program, that people hopefully were frequenting the Mountain Family Health Center clinic down there and getting the children's immunizations in conjunction with their well child visits. So we wondered if that was why we saw that initial drop between 2010 and 11, but we've sort of leveled out now. So I think that we are, whatever impact Mountain Family Health Center is going to have on us, I think has already happened. And I think in recent conversations with them, what they found is a lot of families will come for the first year vaccines with Mountain Family Health during those well child checks, and then they sort of fall off their visits with Mountain Family Health, and that's when they may come to us. So I think we share the same clients. It's just a matter of when they start out with them, right after the child's born, and during that first year, they might be seeking that care there. I'm happy to report that our flu numbers are better than I reported in here. When I created this PowerPoint, I didn't have my full tally. So we're actually have given about as many shots as this time last year. Now, that being said, we've only given about 56% of the flu shot, the private vaccines that we purchased. So that's not so good because we've completed our public clinics. We will still have vaccine available to give by appointment through June of next year. It doesn't expire until next June. But the bulk of what we're going to give has been given already. Through our vaccine program with Sanofi Pasteur, we're allowed to return a certain percentage of that vaccine that's unused. So we'll have some to return, as we did last year. But just remember that you can still get a flu shot. Flu season typically doesn't peak until February or March. So as I said, we've got plenty of vaccine, and you can still receive it through our organization. And the reason, and I think we have seen the trend that over the last couple of years, because flu vaccine is so readily available in many locations, our demand has decreased a bit. And we're glad, though, that it's still available to people and they can get it just about anywhere. So at third quarter, our financial for 2012 overall just showed that we were pretty close to being on budget, 77.9% of budget, with a net income of negative $2,962. So we're doing pretty well for 2012. I thought I would present just the changes in the budget compared to in our 2013 budget to 2012, because I think these changes sort of tell the story about what's happened in 2012 and what we're expecting in 2013. So you have the budget, that budget comparison in front of you. I'll just sort of go. I've just selected the ones that have the biggest change to them, and we'll just describe those to you. So if you start on the income side, line item 3110, which is described as family planning fees, that's increased because what we've also, not only have we seen an increased number of clients, but we have gotten better about collecting fees from them. We charge those services on a sliding fee scale, so we do have a fairly significant portion of women who don't pay anything because of their income status, but our services are associated with fees, and we also request donations. So we've just been doing a better job at that. So I think that with our increase in numbers and that, hopefully we'll see an increase in that income. 3119 is a new line item. You remember me coming to you in August and describing the new CDC mandate that says that publicly funded vaccines may no longer be given to anyone that has insurance. So we are moving forward with building the infrastructure to bill insurance companies for immunization services. Over the months of November through April, we surveyed our clients and learned that we have a high percentage of children who have insurance. So I think we have a lot at stake. If we decided not to go this way, we would lose a lot of clients. And I think that our organization, we feel strongly that this is a service we want to continue providing right at this point in time, and that we want to be in the game to continue to at least serve the current clients that we have. So that means we receive a pot of vaccine from the CDC that we get for free, that we give to eligible children that are uninsured and that have Medicaid. So now the rules are all those insured kids can't get that vaccine, so we have to purchase children's vaccine. So we have tried to estimate with our, so the income side is really sort of a guess, because what we don't know yet is what our insurance reimbursement is going to be on that. We're in the process of negotiating contracts with 4 of the largest insurance companies that serve our community. And so those fees are still being negotiated. So I just had to take a stab at what I thought our income from that might be. Our prenatal fees have decreased, as I've already described, because that program seems to be shrinking somewhat, so we've adjusted our income. Those clients also pay a fee for that service, so we have seen a decrease there for Pitkin County and Eagle County women. And then 3249 is a new line item. I've mentioned to you before that we are in a regional collaboration with Garfield and Eagle counties and received a tobacco grant. And so we have contracted directly with Eagle County to employ a tobacco coordinator for that position. So that income will come directly from Eagle County to fund the work of the tobacco coordinator. 3252, Aspen Valley Medical Foundation. This is really just an accounting thing. Our auditors a year or so ago had us account for those funds in a different way, so they didn't show up in our income. But for these purposes, just because it's easier to, it was too hard to explain the other way, I put it in there just so you could see that we expect to receive Aspen Valley Medical Foundation funding. My finance committee is working on another way of accounting to handle that, but that's the only reason that looks different. Pitkin County funding, we've been recommended by the Citizen Grant Review Committee for $320,000 for our new 3-year partnership. That is a significant increase from our past funding. I think what you'll see is that the increase of funding sort of helps compensate for the decrease in state funding that we're anticipating for 2013, and so it covers some of that loss, as well as the additional work that we'll be doing for the Public Health Improvement Plan and this whole infrastructure building. That was the justification for that increase.
Yes, Jeff.
Liz, on the City of Aspen funds, we're talking grant funds. Do you go to their Board of Health meetings at all?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Dr. Cullen does, because he is also their public health officer, but I do not attend those regularly.
Okay, so that number is projected. It's not definite because of the discussions currently going on.
That's right. And that was my request was 65,000. I've requested that every year, but we usually get 60, 63 is what we usually get.
Okay, the main thing was I want to know if you actually went to their Board of Health meetings, so I understand. Thank you.
Yes, Rachel?
Just a quick follow-up, and if you're not prepared for this or don't know, that's fine. But is the city, as a Board of Health, obligated under the same, provision of core services and community health assessment and now the quality standards that we are?
Yes.
And are they, because I was looking through some of the core services, and there's things like link people to needed personal health services and assure the provision of that care. And
Well, the word assure is in there. They don't have to provide them. They have to assure that those services are available. And they do that through us. They are assuring that those services are provided primarily through the services that we provide. Because
because we're just still feeling our way through this whole discontinuation of funding and not sure which ones they've said they would continue, whether it's senior services or community health or not, So that's been very confusing, and I just, again, looking at the core public health services, prevention and population health promotion and things like that, and I just wonder how that plays out in the future.
I hope that there's an opportunity to talk about that with them. Again, the Women's Wellness Connection, line 3212. Again, this is state funding that is confirmed and was increased based on the increased number of women that we've served. And then the opposite is true. The same is true, but in the opposite direction for the family planning services. We lost the funding that we were receiving to purchase those long-acting reversible contraceptive methods and tubal or sterilizations. So that's the decrease that you see there. We're hoping that additional funding will become available for those because we really had a demand for them, and we're having to limit. We obviously don't have them on hand like we have had in the past, so we're hoping that additional opportunities come up for that. The WIC funding was a significant decrease due to federal cuts. Any questions about income? Anything else that's I haven't pointed out here that's caught your eye? On the expense side, our family planning nurse practitioners, line 5650, they have operated in the past as contract employees, and they've become regular employees, so their salary is now absorbed into payroll. So that's why that looks different.
But it's blank here. If they're becoming employees, why wouldn't it? Did I miss
We just
here?
moved it. It's now absorbed into the payroll
Line item.
line item.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our health insurance, 5510, we changed to a higher deductible plan in April, and so we saw some savings there for this year. And so, but as everybody will be, we'll be reevaluating our health plan, organizational health plan, again in April. Family planning expenses, again, are down because of the decrease in funding. I want to go to 5597, child vaccine expenses. That's another new line item associated with the purchase of the new children's vaccine. So we actually did calculate with our vaccine rep how many vaccines we give, what the cost of each vaccine is, and sort of came up with this number as an annual number that we might have to spend on children's vaccines. And then the last one I'll point out is 5606. This is a new line item also, trying to plan for the purchase of an electronic practice management system that will give us the capability to do electronic billing with our insurance companies.
Michael?
Yes.
So above on income, of course, understanding the rules about if you have insurance, you can't give free vaccine to children. So there's a hope for income of $20,000. Is that $20,000 what this $20,000 is for billing? You're going to take in the income, but you got to pay. There's a cost to doing that billing now, and a little maybe prayer getting paid. So,
Yes.
is that what
Yes.
that essentially means?
The practice management system, I've looked at many products over the last year and a half, and just to get started, they're all about $20,000 up front. So that will be a one-time big expense. But yes, we're hoping to break even on that with a new income source, doing the billing for the immunizations.
You have an increase in your payroll, Liz, and maybe you could, I think, what I hear Jack saying is if you're going to be doing billing, is it going to be costing you money to collect it and do the, or what exactly is in your payroll increases there? Because you're absorbing the nurses and some other things in your...
Right. Mostly the increase in payroll is mostly from just absorbing the nurse practitioners as employees. You'll see that up in total wages and salary. Most of the other expenses under payroll are not significant, so it was just absorbing those nurse practitioners into the payroll.
And if you're doing billing now new with the immunizations, is that built into your existing accounting structure? So you don't need any more accounting people to help you?
I'm hoping not. I'm hoping that our volume, we're planning to start out with our existing staff, not adding staff for that purpose. I have a staff member that has an interest and expertise in that, and hoping she can do it in the time allotted, depending on our volumes. That's sort of the unknown about the whole immunization billing thing. Those clients that have been coming to us and paying a very nominal fee will now have to provide their insurance information. And the hope is that they will all have the kind of plan that covers immunizations at 100% because it's preventive care, and they will not have a copay, and we won't have to mess with their deductible or any of that kind of thing. But part of the reason people come to us is because it's easy and it's easily accessible, and they haven't had to use their insurance. A lot of people don't know what their insurance benefits are. Well, we're going to have to find out for them. We'll have to check eligibility. So it's a sad prediction, but people may decide that it's not worth coming to us any longer because they're not being able to come with the ease that they used to come to us. We hope that's not true because we provide a really quality service in that, and hopefully it'll be easy for the client to still to be able to access their insurance and use it in our clinic.
John, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Question on line item 5260, county network support for the computers, as well as line 5905, telephone county usage charges. There's been some significant drops in the cost. Have we found some efficiencies within that, or is it based on less use? We like to see less costs here, of course. So,
I actually don't know the answer to that. Do you, Liz?
Well, I think that for computer, we pay, I think, $1,000 per station for computers. The phone charges varies based on our long distance charges. That's what we're paying for there. And so I think that was compared to 2012. We just saw a decrease in those expenses.
well, I can imagine it's a long haul calling the state. So we'll leave it at that.
Well, I think electronic
Great.
email.
So these are based on really 2012 actuals.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Good, thank you.
I was just wondering too, Liz, if you can You added Jordana this year,
Mhm.
and so
Right.
if you could just comment on that.
Sure.
Thank you.
So yeah, the payroll, sorry, I failed to mention that. The payroll
I'm here.
increase.
I'm here for it. We're
Thank
here
you.
together.
Thank you. Does include adding Jordana's position. Jordana Pickman, now Jordana Sabella, who you guys have met, has been contracted with us to do the Public Health Improvement Plan. And starting January 1st, she'll become our employee as our public health planner doing the implementation of that plan. Part of her salary is being paid, at least for the first 6 months of the year, because that's the term of that tobacco grant, with that Eagle County money, the tobacco grant funds. But the other portion of that other half-time portion of her salary is being paid by Community Health Services. So that includes her position in our payroll as well. Any other questions about line items?
I'll go ahead and make a comment I was thinking about before, but I think that as we're, really national transition with the implementation of the American Care Act, Obamacare, we're going to see a lot of fluctuations that, are things that we can't necessarily control, but are not necessarily long-term trends either, because it could be at first, it's no more easy than going to my doctor anymore because of the reimbursement of insurance. But you're also going to see a lot of your other clientele now having some sort of insurance policy for the first time, and so having the billing system in place and kind of watching, water seek its own level is something that's just simply going to take a lot of time. And we're going to see other cutbacks in funding support and other incentive funding made available for becoming more of that home health care, health care home for individuals. So it's just going to be a lot of transition. And, I think you're preparing for it appropriately, but, none of us should be shocked if we watch, a shifting landscape under our feet.
I think that's true. And we're also, by implementing this whole infrastructure, we're also planning to be set up to bill for our family planning services. So that's where I think we could potentially see a real increase in demand for those services, because you're right, the women who currently aren't eligible for insurance, who might be on the health insurance exchanges, can our local healthcare community absorb all those additionally insured people? So we want to be able to fill a niche and be able to continue to provide a service to those newly insured people. So we may see an increase in that program, but you're right, we're really just watching and waiting.
Michael, under 5505 health reimbursement account, I
Oh, yeah.
apologize, I might have missed this. There's a zero as far as expenditures.
That's because we eliminated that benefit. The HRA is health reimbursement account. We learned that was not the right kind of benefit for our organization, and we transitioned to a health savings account for those employees. So it's just an elimination of that particular benefit, that it was absorbed a different way.
It's just called something else.
Yeah, well,
It
it's
comes
in
under
the
something else.
It's a different
it's in
benefit.
the health savings account now.
So why did that go up twice as much then it was
Why didn't it?
5,000 to now 10?
Because the organization reduced its contribution to that health savings account. Community Health Services had been contributing the full deductible of that plan in years past. And so for 2013, we will no longer be doing that. We reduced that benefit. This chart just shows you a historical perspective about our different funding streams and the fluctuation of them over the last 5 years. I think that Client fees, the increase that you saw there was related to that spike in prenatal numbers. And we've seen a decrease in those numbers over the last few years, so I think that correlates well. Our local contracts, and I took Pitkin County out of that just so you could see how Pitkin County compares, but those local contracts would include our other local foundations like Aspen Valley Medical Foundation, Susan G. Coleman, the City of Aspen, and other municipalities. The difference in 2013 is that I showed you the Aspen Valley Medical Foundation funding this year, and I hadn't in years past. And we did have a decrease in, or I should say, during the economic downturn, particularly our Coleman grant, stayed flat or decreased through those years. So the Pitkin County grant, as you can see, is now 31% of our overall budget. And it's interesting, there's no formula. I was listening to a call about this. There's no formula that really says what counties should contribute to the public health fund. It's all over the board. So I think it's good to know, but there's no standard out there. It's different from county to county. And we're fortunate that we have this stable source of funding because most public health agencies don't. So we're very thankful. As you can see, the fluctuation in our state contracts, and I think that the comparison between 2012 and 13 I've explained to you. I'm trying to think what happened in 2011. But that gives you an idea, particularly about the Pitkin County funds and how they make up our budget. So the decrease that we saw in state contracts is made up in large part by the Healthy Community Fund grant this year. Kind of already talked about this, but our projections for 2013 will really be, as you know, one of our public health priorities that we've selected for our public health improvement plan is to build capacity within community health services to deliver the core public health services. So the first step was to get Jordana on board and actually begin the implementation of the plan. That includes the access to care issue and the radon issue, and really looking at population and prevention, health promotion activities. That will be part of her job. So I think we'll have a lot of resources focused on that in 2013 as our first year of really looking at making sure that we're meeting the deliverables that we're supposed to be. And of course the billing will be a huge impact for the organization this year. And so we'll be building the billing systems, but also monitoring systems to make sure we're really seeing what our income from the insurance companies is, like every other business has to do with their, we'll be building that infrastructure. And we hope to have pieces and parts of it in place by January 1st. That's when this new mandate goes into effect. We won't be, of course, fully operational by at that time, but we'll be able to do pieces and parts of the process.
Oh, John, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Liz, did you guys explore outsourcing of the billing and kind of, is there some economies of scale there?
Yes, we've looked at that. I've looked locally. There are companies that do that, and we still need an electronic net system to do the scheduling and build the visit and collect all the information. But I think what I've learned is that the entire system makes it so easy just to electronically send the claim right from there. So if we already have an electronic system, it would only make sense for us to do the whole thing, to do the whole process. If we had who knows what our volumes will be. But a lot of public health agencies have such a low volume, particularly for immunization of this population, that they're totally opting out of this completely. They're saying, we're not going to bill insurance at all, but we don't feel like we can do that. So depending on our volume, I think it'll be just as smooth to just send off the claim ourselves, because a lot of these systems have their own clearinghouse associated with them. We are contracting out. I did subcontract out the insurance contracting piece. The immunization program offered a grant to help us do that, so I'm not negotiating with insurance companies. That's the good news there. And our goals for oh, no, those are goals for 2013. Sorry, typo. We're currently wishing to maintain all of our existing programs. We're not at a point yet where we're prioritizing and eliminating anything. We're maintaining as is. We, as the public health agency, we need to be responsive to any community needs, any kind of public health emergencies, so we're continually working in our emergency preparedness role to do that. And obviously our big goals will be to successfully build that infrastructure for billing and to implement our public health improvement plan. That's it on that. Any questions?
Liz, so you want an endorsement? Is that what we need now, is an endorsement of the budget?
Right, either raise issues and concerns or vote to endorse the budget. And that's the confusing part, is because the process says the Board of Health is supposed to make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. Here you are. But if you're comfortable with it, you can endorse it, and then the healthy community funds that go to public health will be written into the budget as you approve the budget in December.
So, board, are there questions, or is there a motion for an endorsement of the budget as presented? Yes, Jack.
Question. As far as implementing the public health improvement plan, is this rulemaking that we have, a lot of a couple documents on, is that part and parcel of how that will occur? The rulemaking, or is the rulemaking about just what is the content of your health plan? I'm not sure what the goal is with the rulemaking and how it links to the implementation.
Okay. The rulemaking for the quality standards is part of the Public Health Act. It's really separate from the implementation of the plan. It's just creating a set of standards that every local public health agency has to follow to provide quality services, quality core public health services. Now, the development and implementation of a public health improvement plan is also part of the Act. And so every local public health agency is required to develop a public health improvement plan and work on that, and do another community assessment every 5 years. So to me, they're separate. There's the quality standards that say how you're going to do something. They're the core public health services that tell you what we're supposed to do. And then the public health improvement plan even narrows down focus to your community level. What does your community need? What does public health need to be working on, specific to your community? Does that make sense?
You're saying there's not it seems like, okay, rulemaking makes standards or proposed standards at this point. But those standards will determine what you have to implement, isn't it? At a minimum level. Isn't it minimum standards?
Minimum standards.
Yeah. But even minimum standards might dictate certain budgetary concerns and needs that are over and above what a community can afford. So does a local community have complete discretion as to basically implementing the public health improvement plan? Because that's really the bottom line, is how it where's the money coming from, and then because we know what we want to implement because of the assessment, because of various components that we've gone through.
It's a really good question about whether or not we're about to step into unfunded mandates with these rules.
Yeah, that's
and
really what
that
I'm
might
asking.
be the observation that you all want to consider and send back to the state. Because what you're asking, Jack, is, right, the public health improvement plan will determine the what, but the standards are the how, and the how could cost us money, right? You will provide with 2 people, or you must have backup, or you must respond in a certain amount of time, or I don't know, whatever it is. But that's, I think, what
Well, we've been at this long enough, meaning
we in our
number of
business,
years
right?
since 08,
Right.
and it was stated, and our commissioners as well as commissioners throughout the state were concerned about unfunded mandates. So at the end, implementation that's my question, and you probably can't answer it until we go through all this, but what is it going to, the bottom line going to be? Because we obviously want to provide and even more than minimum standards for health care. But the push comes to shove about affordability, regardless of where the funding comes from, it's still needed.
Rich, you have a question?
Yeah, just kind of on to Jack's point, I think Nan's suggestion is really right on point, that we should formally send a letter to the state rulemaking body to remind them of the commitments, that there would not be unfunded mandates placed on the state, and whatever elaboration is necessary on that. But at least how I read this a little bit is it's kind of saying that, if you're going to offer a flu shot program, you're going to offer this year's flu shot, not last year's flu shot, and that's the minimum standard. That's the minimum standard. So it could get to a point on some of these things where you simply say, well, we cannot provide that program anymore to those minimum standards. We will have to drop that from our health improvement plan. But to me, it's kind of like saying, if someone's coming in for family planning, you can't say, well, there's a basket of condoms over there, that's all we got. You have to have some standard about what family planning means in terms of education for the people and options available. And if you can't hit that standard, you can't advertise that you're running that program. So that's kind of a little more of how I see it, but I think we should clarify, and I think we should, again, make this contextual thing important, because you'd hate to see us again out of sequence in such a way that you've done your community health assessment, now you've done your community health plan, now the standards are such that you can't afford to implement the plan we just discussed. And, is that the goal, that that we don't want to see communities having to drop programs out of their health improvement plan if they cannot fully obtain the various standards? But that seems like it'd be the only recourse if you don't have the money.
And I think it is, the locals do have the discretion to decide what's feasible in your community. If you remember when we went through the rulemaking process for the core public health services, which is where I see more of that concern about the financial support for, the core public health services, you have to do this or assure that someone else is doing it. And, I have hired a new person to do this work. So there's a financial impact on being compliant with those core public health services. Now, to me, the standards they're directly tied to the core public health services. There's really not a lot of new language in there other than saying you need to have quality standards. You need to do, using the standards of your medical organizations, and, and we're providing prenatal care and family planning care. We need to be sure that we're just like in a medical office, you have certain medical standards that you have to follow. To me, it's the same thing. It's about the quality, which I don't see so much as a financial burden, but I do see more potential financial burdens with delivering the core public health services, which have already gone into rule. So that's sort of how I see it.
Okay. We
So
we
if
need
it's
to get.
acceptable, I'll make a motion.
Okay, great.
I'd like to move to approve the Community Health Services, Inc. budget for 2013.
Second.
Any further discussion?
And compliment them on the work done, with the understanding that there are some unknowns within this budget, but it's an excellent projection of what hopefully is.
So, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And Nan, did you want anything else from us?
I think that by just nods, I got direction to extend Dr. Cohen's contract through June, and to advertise and to bring applicants here to the Board of Health for interview from the Board of Health.
Is that the feeling of the board?
And forward the letter that was discussed too.
And then meanwhile, staff, and the third piece is that staff will work with Community Health Services to really review the timing of how we're approving the Community Health Services budget, and see if we can come up with a better process that ensures that the county is providing the monies available the monies necessary to assure public health.
Right, and
provisions.
Jack's point was that there was discussion of a letter to the standards.
And is that direction that you want a
Staff to
letter to the
generate a letter
rulemaking
saying
board?
there shall not, or be aware at least. of,
Reminder of
costs.
Unfunded money.
Hickenlooper's
Yeah.
first proclamation.
Right. Is that the direction of staff? I mean, of the board to the staff? Yes? Yes. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you for your presentation. Liz
Thank
and
you
Matt.
very much.
So it's a little bit before 1. We have a budget presentation. I think it's 1. Is that right, Tom?
Yeah.
So we'll take a short 5-minute break and be back at 1 o'clock.
It's just here, we're more comfortable.
Michael, can you sign it? Oh, okay.
Looks like it's more places to sign than it's not.
Did you call me about the signing plaques?
Yeah, I have them here if you'd rather come over and sign at our office when you're done today, if that's easier, or if you want to do it here. It's only where this little pink thing is.
John, do you know Steve?
Okay, I have them here. And for you?
Good.
And this is Charlie Mountain Restrictive
I
Covenant.
did, but I'm still working. They're really, wasn't, we got rid of this slide. You added in the one slide we're talking about.
Yeah.
I use this because I wrote which one I'm supposed to talk about.
All right.
It's very important.
This is Charlie Mountain Preservation Historic. Just have to sign that. Staying here for Thanksgiving? Or is it a little white, a little whiter by now. Yeah. Everybody freaks out by November. Charlie Mountains. I
Are you collecting parts for a book? Budget book?
Oh, right here, chairperson. I think there's something else in that because I should have one of
Just went to the Club 20 right now.
Oh, yeah.
Was it good? It was really good. And Liz Mullen was sitting behind me. Yeah, and we never got to connect.
Oh, that's so funny.
We're Charlie Mountain, there we go.
Oh, good.
Okay, Safe Trails, Moody County Commission
My
Chambers.
schedule, I said, I attended.
Yeah, Jody and I both went. It was really good. Yep, go ahead. Just wanted to let you know. Somebody's
Yeah, we got these new little stickers which are the red ones are places for Jeanette to note where she has to fill in blanks. And then we're just gonna put that little pink sticker on the thing, so it'll say, please sign here.
I can understand that.
That's there.
I'm cracking my nose, I freeze you out.
It's never warm.
Do you think it's warm? I think it's cold. I mean, I can put my jacket on here. I mean,
Until that, Jack, you are free to do as you want. It means we have a month of freedom.
Let me know. I'm usually really cold. Not me.
John, do you want a chair up here? Oh, a laser pointer. Bring our laser pointer.
Who usually has one? Jack.
You have the remote for that, because I think there's a laser.
That's going to be the same.
Just the difference.
All right, that's good for them. I think there was a laser pointer on this remote, no?
There, you know, it's on
The other one.
remote. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
That's why we're all messed up.
John, are we ready to go?
Yes, we are.
Welcome back. This is the Bergen County Commissioners' work session for November 20th, 2012. It's a little past 1 o'clock, and we have a budget presentation. John, is this our last budget presentation?
Oh, no, Michael, there's no such luck. However, this is the last core focus area, so this is the last of the really long ones that we put in front of you. But as I pointed out at the beginning, these are all fun.
Okay, I'll have to take the exception for that. So, John, you're going to present, and John Redmond's going to be here, and Connie Garofalo's going to be here.
We're going to have participation from a number of departments today, and so I'm going to kick it off, and then we'll hand off.
Okay, thank you.
Want to go ahead and, so today we are in our last core focus area. We're on livable and supportive communities. And livable and supportive communities, we have a sense of personal and community safety, diverse and livable housing options, self-sufficient individuals and families, access to recreation, education, arts, and culture, and improved community engagement and participation. And so within those areas of the strategic plan, we're going to hear today from the sheriff, emergency management, we're going to hear about the coroner, communications, detention, housing, health and human services, senior services, community relations. Sorry, we lost the top of our screen there. The A911 fund, the housing impact fee fund, healthy community fund, and library fund. And believe it or not, of the 3 core focus areas, this is our shortest presentation today. Let us deal with these technical difficulties real quick. How do you take that off?
You're done. It's gone.
Okay. And then with that, I'll hand it over to John Redmond.
Okay, John Redmond, Finance Director. This core focus area has a total of a little over $20 million, which represents 27% of the total county budget. I think the thing to note today is that the bulk of these funds have dedicated sources of revenue. As far as property tax, the Healthy Community Fund, the library, and the ambulance district have dedicated property taxes. The housing fund has a mitigation fee. Health and Human Services has federal, state, and local grants. And the E911 fund has a surcharge, which is $1.25 per month per phone line. So,
John, just let me ask you about that. I noticed in the new phone book that it's about half the dimension of previous phone books. And take it that people are leaving their landlines. So are we seeing a declining income for that?
We are seeing a decline in revenues for the E911 fund. And as we get a little further on in the presentation and look at their 5-year plan, you'll see that we've projected declining revenues throughout the 5 years of the plan.
Yeah, we don't get any revenue from cell phones.
No, we do get
No?
cell phones, but they have...
The issue with cell phones is that so many people will come to this community with a cell phone number from another community that they don't want to give up, and it's easy to retain that cell phone number. And so as we have more and more people coming with cell phones, and those numbers are linked to another community, those 911 funds are going to the community they came from. And the other thing I think we're seeing, Michael, that's along the lines of what you're saying is it used to be really common for people to maintain a landline and a cell phone and that sort of thing. What you're seeing is that's consolidating back to a lot of people just have a cell phone and no landline, and sometimes those cell phones are linked to another community. And I think that's why we're seeing a decrease.
And does that present challenges for the E911 fund?
Yes, that presents challenges for maintaining our infrastructure.
Well, now the remaining area is public safety, which we do receive reimbursements from other municipalities for communications, and there are other grants in there also. And actually, community relations, which we are showing as 1% of this total, actually has PEG fees from Comcast and a few other things. So it's fairly, in terms of the three areas, it seems to be the most heavily, not subsidized, but represented by dedicated sources of revenue. Any questions?
Okay, so today we're going to go through each one of the success factors in this core focus area. And we're going to start off with a sense of personal and community safety. And Joe, I'll ask you to go ahead and come up. We're going to start off with the Sheriff's Department.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? So our budget for 2012, I believe, is very static. And in fact, I think I'm projecting a come under budget in 2012 if all projects out. So what we see here is our total calls for service have been pretty much going up every year since 2010. And we're not done with this year yet. Our criminal reports continue to be in the same area. I would have to say in brief on this slide that our position as far as calls for service and projected calls for service is pretty static over the last 3 years. Any questions on that slide?
What is a call for service?
Let's break it down into two things, Michael. There are self-initiated, which you may see on some slides. That's an officer directing himself to do something, whether it's a traffic stop or an extra patrol or rattle doors. A calls for service is a call that comes to us from an outside party, a citizen or another police agency. So that's where we get these calls. These are requests from the public for us to respond.
Michael, very quickly. Joe, as an example, airport security, what does it mean when you have activity of 1928?
Okay. What we did a few years ago, Jack, and I don't remember exactly, it's probably been at least 3 years ago, we were walking through the airport and doing security checks, assisting TSA and assisting other passengers, just keeping the airport as safe as we could possibly do it. That ended up costing us quite a lot of money to do that. Jim Elwood stepped up and he supplements our budget with about $17,000 every year, and he pays us to do that service, which is walking through the airport. We probably do it 3 times a day with different officers, show a presence out there, and he compensates us for our service. That's in replacement of, I would guess, like a David Meeker or a private security company doing the same thing. So when you see airport security, that's us walking through, driving on the ramp, checking the airport perimeter, doing things like that.
And like a traffic enforcement, would that be a stop?
Traffic
Just a stop,
enforcement.
not a ticket necessarily.
Right. Traffic, any of those numbers are just contacts, traffic contacts by, but not tickets or warnings. Criminal reports are, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Those are reports we get from the public on things like anything from a ski theft to a sexual assault to a homicide.
Thanks.
And our civil process numbers, actually, I think 2010 we saw such a big spike because that was economically based, I would say, on the year or two before that. I don't know what the numbers are pre-2010, but I think we're pretty much static. Emergency management, Tom Grady is our emergency manager. Since he started 2 years ago, I think he's taken on a lot of, what his main job is to see the future and plan for it when it comes to emergencies. One of the big things we plan for every year is mud and flood and fire, and Grady's a big part of that. Some of our accomplishments this year, as you can see, probably the one that we're most proud of is second from the bottom, which is emergency support function positions. That's something that you're going to start seeing a lot of in public safety vernacular. What that is we're breaking up different agencies around the county and county government and fire, police, Red Cross, all of them, bringing them together in an emergency support function. And that is something that, remember a few years ago, more than that, 15 or 20, we started with the advent of ICS. Incident Command System is now totally accepted and well put in place. This is almost the next step. So I'm proud to say that Grady got us on the cutting edge of that, and we're probably way ahead of most communities on that. Our Mobile Emergency Operations Center, that's what we're still developing, that gives us the ability to move command post wherever we need it. Any questions on that slide? As I mentioned, our mud and flood incident management team, that's a team that we assemble usually around March or April when the snow's melting and things become unstable. We continue for pre-planning major incidents. As I said, Grady's job is to see the future and prepare us for it. I'm trying to find whatever that's up there. Oh, the drilling is something that actually we have one coming up. We've helped participate in the airport drill, and in the next few months we're actually going to start our high school drilling, which is planned for events that happen at areas in Pickens County that have a large assembly of people at any one time. That could mean the high school, might mean CMC, it might mean Buttermilk during the X Games. So we're going to continue to drill on the what-ifs that might come up. Now, the coroner, I really can't speak too much to. Yeah, Connie will take care of that. He's appointed by the board.
Dr. Ayers, do you have any other questions for Joe before we move on?
Joe, does the sheriff's officers, do they accompany school buses on occasions?
Accompany?
Well, in other words, are present on a school bus route to make sure that people are obeying, the stop for school buses.
Outside of the general area of the school, which is where we spend most of our time in the morning and the afternoon looking for speeders around there, I would say, Michael, outside that area, not specifically on school routes, do we follow the buses, as I know other communities do, and see if there's any violations. We do not do that.
And so there are no reports of violations or people?
If they come in by phone call as a call for service, as we saw earlier. And what that number is, I can certainly give it to you, but not off the top of my head.
Yes.
We don't actually have actual budget numbers here, do we, in the package? So,
For public safety, no.
no, okay, so my question, Joey, is you started the presentation saying that you feel that the budget this coming year will be static as compared to last year. So are you including within that budget special events, all the in-kind services that you provide, from bike races to X Games and any possible future events that may come up? I mean, how do you budget that in?
Well, as we said, they're in-kind services. In the past, we have been compensated for them from ESPN specifically. Now, in 2012, we did in-kind bike race and the X Games. So that's really not a budgeted item. It's an expense, but not a budgeted one.
So where that's accounted for, George, is there's a certain amount of overtime that's budgeted in the Sheriff's Department for unforeseen events and special events. And so if, for example, we're either to have a new large special event or a significant change in scope in a special event that we're providing those services for, we may need to come back to you at that time, but we've tried to anticipate on the expenditure side enough in overtime for both unforeseens and what we know about our special events environment historically. On the flip side, the board's decision to provide in-kind services for some of those special events, and right now we have two. That's been the Pro Challenge bike race and X Games. Really, what that does is it cuts our revenue projections. That came in on the revenue side, and we have anticipated or estimated that as part of the budget numbers that you've seen in the general fund 5-year plan and that sort of thing.
Yes, Richard.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure this is the right time. And Joe, you kind of covered it by the projects that you're working on, so I'd assume these are kind of what you're considering the goals for 2013.
In emergency management.
In emergency management.
Correct.
Okay, and so maybe it comes later in the presentation, I'm just not sure. But we had considerable consternation over the course of the summer with the closing of the shooting range in Glenwood, which then kicked over to whether or not the CFC class would be able to graduate, whether we didn't have new officers or not for both the police and sheriff. I wanted to put out there that we, at least in approving that temporary use of the landfill shooting range, had hoped to not see a reoccurrence of that sort of backed into a corner situation in 2013, and that if there was improvements that needed to be made to the Glenwood facility so there was no longer a fire hazard or what. So again, I'm just kind of wondering where that fits into the goals for making sure that we don't end up with neighborhood disruptions because of that in 2013.
Except for the long-range planning, which the landfill has, the only thing we've done, Rachel, is we've eliminated CMC from the picture. They don't shoot at our range anymore. The range that we're using is now specifically for what we would call, the Roaring Fork Regional Firearms Program. Only officers from Basalt to Aspen are using that on for training or qualifying. And that is under a pretty strict guideline that was set forth by all of us under Times. And we now are doing a lot of notifications to our neighbors at Aspen Village and at Woody Creek, telling them when we're going to be shooting and when we're going to be done. So I think we've kind of narrowed it down to being so much more scheduled, and the notification has helped a lot with a lot of the neighborhood reactions that we were getting to that, plus removing CLETA from it. We do have a component that's still there, though, is the rifle training, which is still going to be a big part of our lives. But we are working that with neighbors, and I'd say since we started this, I think we've only had, we went from more complaints to probably one or two.
Yeah. Well, again, to me, it was more about the additional shooting because of the CMC class.
Yeah, we've eliminated that from the program.
And it was really emphasized to us at that time about how important the sheriff's office and the police office felt about having local training opportunities going forward. And I just you know,
Yeah.
I was hoping we don't see CFC go away altogether because we're not in partnership.
Yeah, and I did have a discussion with the Glenwood Springs city manager. The South Canyon site did open back up. I did put the offer on the table because they obviously are looking at the long-term plans also, that we would be willing to partner with them if there were some improvements to be made. We haven't heard anything back yet. I think they're still, in that process, but we certainly have made those contacts and put that offer on the table to, if there are improvements that can make South Canyon safer. And in this case, it was wildfire concerns during the drought, that we'd be willing to discuss a partnership along those lines.
And I have to tell you, the last CLETA graduation I attended was the class that more or less you bailed out by allowing them to shoot at our range. And that really did not go unnoticed by CMC. They really appreciated what you did for them, enabling them to finish that academy as I do. As far as the future goes, Rachel, I don't know what's going to happen next year if we have a CLETA program at South Canyon and Fire Dangerous High, where they're going to go. But I would have to say that I think their days here are over based on what I've heard from the commissioners. Now, if we do get that long-term plan to move the range in the back corner, things may change, but I don't know when that's going to be, that master plan for the landfill.
Thank you.
Okay, you ready for us to move on?
Dr. Ayers has a shift at the hospital today and can't be here, but he did send me some notes to speak to his slides. In last year's budget proposal, we had additional expenditures to modernize the record keeping and reporting for the coroner's office. Throughout the year, they've purchased iPads for the coroner and deputy coroners, and also a software system. They're very pleased with how this is working. The iPads have been great. They're able to enter all of their information on site at the time of the investigation. With the new software, they have instant access to other coroners' reports, to files that have been input into the system. And they found that when they do get a request for information, the time it takes them to just pull it up on the software as compared to searching through paper files is a huge savings in time for them. There is still some work to do with inputting older file data into the software, but that's progressing well. There's a new resource that they have. A former Summit County coroner is living in the area and has been working with them on providing examples of policy statements and developing their own policies. There has been training ongoing throughout the year. Deputy coroners have attended trainings on homicide investigation, drowning, general death investigations, and outdoor and recreational deaths. We discussed at last year's budget meeting the need for a vehicle that the coroner's office could use on occasion, and they are collaborating with Public Works to determine which vehicle would be the most appropriate and cost-efficient one for them to use, and so that's progressing. And then future plans at the Aspen Valley Hospital in a future phase of their building project, there should be room for a morgue and storage. They have hope of being able to have local autopsies instead of having those performed in Grand Junction or Denver. And this future space could also serve as an office for the coroner, and they don't have an office space at the moment. This slide shows the number of cases and autopsies over the last 10 years. And Dr. Ayers was very pleased to be able to say that this year has been a slow year for them, that he said it's actually one of the slowest over the last few years that he can remember, so that's good news there. Do you have any other questions about the coroner's office?
Is his budget changed?
No.
Connie, I mean, Dr. Ayers is going to have to answer, but why would we do our autopsies here when we have so few autopsies to do?
There's the possibility of having, and I'm probably not speaking to this as certainly as well as he could, but there could be local resources of people who have the skills, who would be working on a temporary basis, maybe who have retired from a main job but would be available locally. But I'm afraid I'll have to refer your question to Dr. Ayers to answer that.
And on office, I mean, you have continuing to have less business, and we're talking about a car, doing local autopsies, an office. Those, I don't quite understand how those match up.
Well, the vehicle is really, about transport. And the coroner's office has been using combinations of county vehicles and personal vehicles to transport their particular clients. And so the vehicle is an opportunity for us to have a dedicated vehicle for transport. And right now, frankly, what we're looking at is one of the ambulance units that's low mileage getting turned over by the ambulance district as they've been kind of right-sizing their fleet. There's a real opportunity for us to use that shell and cab for vehicle. And so I think that's a core function. Is that right? We're using the ambulance. We've been using kind of county pool vehicles and making those available.
And personal cars.
And on the space issues, those are things we'll have to have additional discussions about going forward.
And these are not anticipating any new expenditures. The vehicle would not be a brand new vehicle. It's just using an older one that instead of being sold would just be available. The office space is not a new expense either. They do not currently have any dedicated office space. They use their homes. And this would just provide a little bit of space if there's room in the future hospital development. And the autopsies are also an expense that already exists. We would not be paying a full-time staff person. We pay per autopsy, and that's not something that would change either if the plans go as they're
Okay, Jack?
So we currently do not have a dedicated vehicle. How do the remains get transported then to Junction or Denver?
There are
One
times.
of our ambulances?
Well, I might be able to answer that. That is anything from an ambulance to a patrol car to a private vehicle sometimes. The deputy coroners are citizens that are doing this in their part-time, and sometimes when they arrive in the scene, they're in their own cars, and sometimes you have to move it that way. Farnham's does offer a service that they'll come here and transport to Glenwood. But sometimes when we have to get them from, say, Snowmass Creek down to Aspen or the hospital, the Farnham's will pick them up there. So right now they're using a combination of all kinds of different vehicles to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, next we're moving on to communications.
And I am going to ask Bruce to field any questions we have on this. This is basically what each agency is using out of the comp center, which dispatches to all the agencies you see at the bottom. The two major users are the Aspen Police Department and the Pickett County Sheriff's Office. Historically, the police department has always had more calls than we did. It seems now, unfortunately, that we're catching up. And these are the type of calls we're getting. Bruce, could you just give me a quick what miscellaneous is? Because I think that's what the question from the board would probably be. Bruce Romero, let me do an introduction. Bruce Romero is the communications director for the comm center.
Miscellaneous would include anything from a citizen assist to a motorist assist if it was called in by the public, if it wasn't an officer initiated. So very low-key types of calls for service that don't require a criminal report. They're more of a community policing type of service that our agencies provide to the public.
Yes, George.
Well, I just know, just as a comment, or maybe you can comment on it, that animal calls have increased above calls for crimes against person and crimes against property. And, I mean, that sort of surprises me, I guess. The first thought I had was maybe because of the number of bear calls. The bear calls are probably more within the city of Aspen than out in the county. So, do you have any sort of sense in terms of?
I would say the majority are probably bear calls.
They are.
That are spiking that number, probably exclusively. Yeah, we do have more of a population in the city of Aspen, but not far outside, people are still getting bears and bear issues. And I think bears is the reason for that spike specifically.
I thought that was a fantastic reflection on our community, actually.
Yeah, actually, I
looked at it.
It's actually a good problem if it is a problem to have.
So, do you want me to?
Go ahead if you'd like, sure.
Included in the 5-year budget is a reorganization of the communications department. And as you know, we had turnover of a key staff member, communications director, so we took the opportunity to really look at our structure. And the budget includes actually elimination of the communications director position, elevation of the assistant director's position, which was Bruce's previous position, into a 911 dispatch director, and then having 20% of the public safety tech staff charged to communications with their balance going into other tech needs. And then one of the big changes is the county has never charged for overhead, which is not standard for our agreements when we're in partnerships, for example, with the city of Aspen on information technology or housing or what have you. We're paying an overhead fee to account for the time that it takes their personnel or finance or what have you to participate in managing those functions. The county's never charged that fee. That's about $159,000. And so part of the organizational change that we've talked about, the communications board, includes shifting and changing a lot of the positions to save on costs, but also the county beginning to charge this admin overhead fee so that we have a more fair agreement and responsibilities in place. However, because of the organizational changes that we proposed, we're able to charge that administrative fee, but our partner agencies, including ourselves, are still seeing about a 4% overall reduction in costs. And that is reflected on the org chart, where we'd be revising the IGA, where the sheriff would have day-to-day supervision of the comm center with the 911 dispatch director, and then 3 communication supervisors, and then our dispatchers, and also clarifying the roles of the 911 board as being a policy and service level board, and clarifying the role of the county manager's office in helping with budget development and oversight and those sorts of functions. Which brings us.
This is the general fund budget for communications. You'll see that for 2013, the total amount of expenditures is about $1.6 million. That's a 5% decrease from the prior year. The third line down, E911 contribution, For 2013, E911 is contributing to cover the cost of 1 supervisor and 2 dispatchers, plus some GIS street addressing fees. And then the remainder of what is left is covered by the public safety entities and the county. The costs are split up based on each entity's share of a 2-year rolling average of service calls. So as you've seen in the prior slides, the county's service calls are going up higher than the city's. Our share of the cost goes up slightly too. Between 2012 and 2013, the county share went from about 32% to about 34% of the overall budget. So there are shifts as we go on year to year between the different entities as far as the share and who's paying what. But overall, we were able to give the public safety entities a good decrease in the amount that they contribute while still having a decrease in the cost to the general fund.
Yes, Rachel.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused between the slide on page 4 and the budget, because by adding the county administrative fee, it adds $159,000 to the general fund revenue.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but over here, the net cost to the general fund in the 2013 budget is only going down $25,000.
That's because the admin fee is collected through a process that is the cost allocation plan. It goes through a rather complicated process to get amounts that are approved amounts to be able to charge out as overhead. And then the revenue from that just comes into the general fund as a whole. It does not go to a specific department. And so the overhead cost doesn't go as revenue into the communications department itself. It's a general fund revenue. So we have savings to the general fund because we're charging overhead. It's not a revenue in the communications budget.
It just, I realize you try to maybe eliminate transfers to funds, but it seems that for tracking purposes, understanding that these agencies, whether it's the SALT Fire, whoever is paying X amount in for general fund, and then the general fund transfer from communications is X, would make a little more sense, at least to me. But, you know, I understand, because again, it just seems, you know, real very apples to oranges on 2 different pages, and that'd be hard to explain.
Mm-hmm. Other questions? Next, we have the 5-year plan for the E911 fund. And as we spoke about at the beginning of the meeting, the revenue is from fees on both the landlines and wireless phones. You'll see on that very first line of the spreadsheet that our revenue for 2013 is projected at $537,000, but it decreases by about 4% per year over the 5-year plan. Even with this decrease in revenue, though, the fund balance is still healthy. For 2013, the fund balance is almost double the amount of the expenditures. It does decrease as the years go on, and also depends on the amount of capital investments that we're paying for out of the E911 fund. But for the moment, the fund balance remains healthy.
And that's important because a lot of the expenditures in here right now are operating expenditures, so you want to see some consistency. And while it's going down, for through 2016, you're pretty consistent. It's fairly balanced, and then you have some capital expenditures in there where we're using fund balance for one-time expenditures. I do think that the communications board still has work to do, as well as staff, in terms of figuring out what types of additional infrastructure investments may need to be made to keep our 911 system up to speed as well as reliable. And so we may be coming back in future years looking at spending down some of that fund balance on projects, but we don't have those in place right now.
Yes. But you do have two that are already kind of anticipated here in 2014, $130,000, and in 2017, $182,000. That's really the only thing that majorly changes in this budget over the 5-year rolling period. Can you speak to what those are?
In 2014, I think that most of that is console furniture. And then in 2017, phone equipment upgrade. Bruce would probably be able to speak to those a little bit better. But and then there's other miscellaneous equipment that's in each year also.
And for the 2012 budget, we will be coming in probably $120,000 under budget on that capital outlay expense.
On that 270?
On the 911 system.
That was the new wiring that we approved?
It's actually for the actual 911 phone equipment that the operators use to answer the phones. It's soft phones, computerized equipment.
Okay.
What do we, I guess that was a decision point. Do we have a,
To approve the budget?
waiting for guidance from the
On
board
the
to see
5-year
if the 5-year plan is acceptable or not?
Board, do you have any questions or?
E911.
E911.
Direction is go with the 5-year
Thank
budget.
you.
This is a slide that basically tells you what our average monthly population in the Pickens County Jail is at this time. Don, you need to speak to anything specifically about that?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, this is a
Don,
snapshot.
excuse me one second. Don Bird is our Pickens County Jail Administrator.
This slide can basically be any one of the last 5 or 6 years, or 7 years, really. These numbers are higher than what you will normally hear me say because these numbers include work release inmates, which we don't generally count in our average daily population inmate count. So if the reason these numbers fluctuate is plus or minus 1 to 5 or 6 inmates that are serving work release time. But I don't usually count them in the average daily population because we don't spend a lot of time and or money on that. We're basically paying rent while they're serving a sentence. The new DUI sentencing laws has changed the complex of that, though, in that we see inmates sentenced to work release for a much longer period of time, where they used to do, when I started, to do a 30-day sentence on a DUI infraction. Now, if it's a second or third DUI, they can do as much as 6 months to a year. We have a couple guys that have spent a year in work release. So that's a function of the new sentence. But this is just to demonstrate how fairly steady our population is. It doesn't fluctuate that much. The only fluctuations really occur when there's not a lot of access to the court. The court's on vacation or they're at a conference or something like that, and that will back us up. Once again, just to show you the steadiness of how things work, January's a lot of action, but that is pretty steady after that. And then the bottom line is detoxes. I just wanted you to see the number of detoxes we were dealing with on a regular basis. I started tracking that at the beginning of the year. Actually, I started tracking it last year when it became evident that many of the detoxes that were being contacted locally here, those people were being housed in the jail rather than going on a detox. So that sort of precipitated the whole conversation conversation that has subsequently evolved around that issue.
Yes.
And just for clarification, I think I know, but how do you define detox?
Well,
And what happens at detox?
Detox is basically different from an arrest. In fact, we have to be careful how we house people, and we have to be careful what kind of records we keep on them, because statute says it's not an arrest. And so detox is a protective custody. If the person, the criteria is the person has to be incapacitated by alcohol and or a danger to themselves or others. So most of these are law enforcement contacts. So they're, in fact, I would say that all of these are law enforcement contacts. If they encounter somebody somewhere along the line that fits that criteria, and they take them into protective custody. And then we house them until we determine that they no longer fit the criteria, and then we release them. Typically, in the past, the right door we would notify the right door. They would come and interview the client, and then they would, and ask them if they wanted to go to detox, and they would transport them to detox. Those dynamics have all changed. But they're not an arrest, Rachel. Although what also happens is somebody might be arrested on a charge, then they would be able to be issued a summons, and they would be summoned and released a misdemeanor charge. So every misdemeanor in the county is issued a summons except the assault charge. You're issued a summons and you walk out the door. If you're intoxicated and you fit that criteria, then you don't walk out the door. So they go from being an arrest to a detox PC.
And is there a significant number of repeat in your blue detox line?
No, absolutely.
Yes, Jim.
Don, I'm wondering if, in fact, say someone fits the scenario of arrested, is able to, bail out or whatever, but is in detox, has to spend the night. Is there a fee for that, or is that?
A fee?
Yeah, a fee
No,
of some
no,
structure.
And we make every effort to get the person out. Call a friend, we'll do everything we can to release them, but we can't let them walk out the door if they're intoxicated to another, if they're going to walk out the door and hurt themselves or something else. So we have to wait for at least able to do that.
And to build on that, the challenge with that is just what Rachel was bringing up, is there's no connection to services. It's really just drawing the folks out if we're getting them to a certain or what have you.
This is a slide I'm pretty proud of. The jail manages useful public service entity, and useful public service is a diversionary sentence that both courts, district and county court, utilize as a sentencing option or a sentencing function. And the jail has been managing this program since they started doing the program in the 80s, maybe even in the late 70s. It fell to the jail because judges would give use of public services and alternative to sentence. But this shows the number of hours that people sentenced to use of public service have accomplished in the community year to date, and the dollar amount attached to that. And then there's another statistic that I thought I'd bring to your attention, which I didn't have time to make a slide for, but all inmates that are sentenced to county jail that aren't necessarily doing their work release sentence, because those guys are pretty busy. But if you're sentenced to county time, 60 days, like I said, we're seeing more of those sentences, and some of the DUI sentences, they will not approve work release, the judges, and some of the sentences stipulate that they can't get good time for the first part of their sentence or up to a certain part of their sentence. But we oblige all inmates that are sentenced to the Pickett County Jail and doing sentences to work for the county while they're in our custody. So this year we calculated that there's a great antiquated statute, 1726-113, that says the sheriff shall command county sentenced inmates to serve 8 hours a day at hard labor. And so we send our inmates out to the landfill, and they work at the landfill. And this year, the landfill, our inmates logged approximately 1,250 hours at the landfill, which is almost half of FTE, and calculated at the rate they pay a temp out there, it comes to around $21,250 of work time that our inmates have put in at the landfill. So contrary to the country club image that our jail might evoke, inmates that are sentenced to county jail aren't sitting around with their feet up watching TV. They're out working for the citizens of Pickett County. And in return, we give them the maximum amount of good time that we're able to do on those statutes. So they work for the good time.
So I know Nan's in the background here. Nan has really been taking lead on meeting the community around potential detox solutions. And Nan, I'm going to ask you to jump in on this probably, but we're all aware that we had previously provided detox services through a program that was offered in the Garfield County Jail. That program closed on October 18th. We subsequently learned that the Right Door, which provides some of those ongoing services that we've been talking about to try and help people break cycles, will close its doors on December 31st. And so NAN has been convening community stakeholders to try and come up with a potential local solution. Go ahead. And one of the decision points or discussions we need to have in today's budget is that potential local solution was not anticipated in our budget. And so it's going to be something that we'll probably have to add in for our final budget decisions. But what this slide shows is where we provided funding for detox in the Right Door in 2012, and Nan can probably provide some context for you about how those numbers have moved a little bit over time, at least from the Healthy Community Fund. But we had $10,000 coming from the Healthy Community Fund for detox. We had just under $11,000 coming from the jail budget to support detox. And then the Healthy Community Fund was providing $65,000 to the Right Door. Our preliminary cost estimates right now for 2013, the Healthy Community Fund had approved, I believe it was $30,000 for the Right Door. And that was based on, I think, the committee's review of the financial, stability or likelihood of success. They saw that the Right Door may be having issues and cut the funding. We continue to have monies budgeted in the jail for detox services. And then the solution that we're landing on right now, the community solution, has us using the space at our human service at the Schultz building to provide, again, a 2-bed detox facility run by Colorado West. We estimate the value of that space to be about $15,000, so that's the in-kind that we're looking at there. And then the proposal that's not anticipated is roughly $75,000 or up to $75,000. We have not nailed down the costs and all our partnerships yet, but we do think right now the upper level of what the county may need to contribute to get this off the ground would be $75,000. Right now, we're anticipating doing that from the general fund because the Healthy Community Fund, as we know, has been spent up to its limit. We would anticipate then working with our partners to come up. One of our discussions has been, okay, let's try and bring some historical funding levels to the table, and then we're going to come back and figure out what's a fair way for us to really distribute responsibilities, because we have really until December 31st now, we've got no service levels with the right door closing and our detox facility already underwater. So let's go ahead and get this stood up. We'll come back and have a discussion about how to fairly and equitably distribute the costs among other stakeholders. Those could be including municipalities, the hospital, etc. And then we'd go back to the Healthy Community Fund with a grant request next year. You'll notice that there's no money in here for detox from the Healthy Community Fund. That's because there's anticipation that Colorado West was going to be exiting the business down in Glenwood, and so there was no grant request made. And so one of the things that we have on the radar screen, we'd like to get some guidance from the board today, is whether you'd support up to $75,000 or appropriation of $75,000 for 2013 from the general fund in order to support both detox and the ongoing services to replace some of the right door functions.
Board, Rachel?
Yeah, you know, I guess for me, I really would like a little more breakout of the preliminary cost to know how much is set up and how much is staffing and ongoing operations of the two. And, you know, I wasn't on the county, but I remember when there used to be detox up there, and then it was shut down for various reasons. And I'd hate to go through retrofitting a room if the partnerships aren't in place and it ends up going away from there a second time. So that's my big thing, is kind of making sure if it's going to happen, it maintains as a continuing facility. And then I also just, you know, I feel it's maybe a separate issue, but we need a closeout report or something from the right door. You know, we funded them jointly from our budget and city's budget for a long time. And I'd love to know what was the success ratio with the patients who, you know, did at least a month worth of treatment or 2 months worth of treatment, or, you know, how many people did they stabilize outside of their addictive behaviors and patterns. And so, you know, because as we already said, this is just part of it. Getting someone dried out to be released in the morning is only part of it. And we're not setting up what will be the continuing, is it case management or counseling center care or what?
We are actually. Maybe you want to take a crack at kind of explaining the continuum that we've been talking about with case management?
I'm dying to.
Okay.
I almost feel like I should sing with this mic. Yeah, I think all good questions, Rachel. A couple of things. One is they're not looking for a remodel of the space at this point, so there won't be any facility costs. But the second thing is that we're looking at creating a better continuum of care than we've had before, where in the past we had the detox in Glenwood and the right door in Aspen. And because of the failure of both, what we're looking at is combining those two services so that the case management from the right door can link people immediately from detox. It can help people get to detox from courts from jail, from SO, from hospital, from home. And then, in addition, the people who are working at the detox can do the ongoing case management that the Right Door has been doing. So it's actually going to be a more comprehensive service that will, in addition, be tied to our mental health services. So we think that the solution is actually going to be better. But the agency that's working up the pro forma, if you will, doesn't have it yet. They're working really fast. And I understand that question about costs and staffing. And I think that if what we want to do is make sure that we can set it up as much as possible for a January 1st start or even New Year's Eve start. And I think that, as John said, this is a high-end guesstimate. The detox staff, one of the things that you're going to see is because the Right Door is closing, you're eliminating a director position and some of the higher level functioning positions. So we're going to see cost savings there, and we're going to be able to see the money being pushed down to direct staff services. And in general, detox are some of our lowest paid social workers on the planet. And the case managers may be paid a little more, but they're still, less than $50,000. So I think we'll be looking for the budget in the next week, and as soon as we get it and there's agreement, we can shoot it to you guys with a memo about what the model's going to look like and how.
So is some of that cost there, preliminary cost, staffing?
Yeah.
Or is it all physical?
It's such a good question because I just asked them all these same questions. I'm like, what are the costs? What are the startup? How are you going to get a bed? Where are we going to see that, and who's going to absorb those costs? So we're right there with you asking the very same questions, and hopefully within a week we can give you the answers.
And partner entities are having this same discussion. We are trying to build a model very quickly so that we can ramp up. And we end up with chicken and the egg questions. Our partners are looking for, how much funding can we put together to get this started? And we're also looking at, well, what's the right model and what do we need to fund it, which is why we erred on having what we consider to be an upper limit in that $75,000 for one time. And Rachel, there's very little one time. I think we know there's going to be some beds, there's going to be some materials, that they need to ramp up, but it's not a big facility cost. This is almost all operating costs. And these are going to be costs going forward. The question is, where are those costs going to get distributed? We would expect that the Healthy Community Fund might pick up more of them, that some of our municipal partners, as we start to look at models like, Eagle County, for example, uses a model based on number of liquor licenses that each entity has, and there's a proportional contribution based on that. And so we're having those discussions. It's just very difficult to nail all that down, then build a model. If we do this all sequentially, we'll have a detox in August or maybe next fall, seriously. When really, we better have one ramped up before the height of season.
Rachel, if I could just speak to the Right Door, the questions you raised about the Right Door. The Right Door didn't fail because its mission failed. The Right Door was a victim of its own success. The Right Door went from 120 clients the first year it opened in 2004 to over 1,000, 1,200 people that they dealt with last year. So what became apparent to everyone that was dealing with substance abuse in the valley and particularly in Pickens County was the services the Right Door was providing are absolutely essential to have a continuum of care like Nan was talking about. But the Right Door could not sustain all those services on contributions alone. And their budget, they had a budget shortfall of over $100,000 every year. they were trying to make up the call tournaments and
Yeah.
things like that, and it just couldn't happen. So that's why the Right Door, the board of directors, Right Door, voluntarily decided to throw in the towel on that. But all the services are being picked up either through this detox or with Colorado West.
You may have answered that, but I was going to say, given the demand that the Right Door has seen in terms of use over the last several years, how are we going to then address that?
Do you mean the,
1,000 cases?
I mean, yeah,
Well,
Don was just
they're
talking about 1,000.
looking at different ways to provide the service, different level of counselors, different response. They will, and they are talking about completely eliminating the transportation program, where the Right Door people were tied up for long periods of time, driving people to Arizona or Grand Junction or to treatment facilities. And possibly the 12-step community can step up. That is something that they do in other communities. So it's going to look really different from what it looks like today, and I think it might be even better and more integrated, so that we're really continuing to build on what the Right Door did and make even more linkages for people into recovery.
and George, I think actually the way the model's getting built right now, it's easier to scale up to serve more people than to scale down. And that's what Nan's talking about. Right now, we have roughly 290 detox cases, I think, that we counted between partner entities. So that, we're not the only one in that.
And that includes duplicated individuals.
And that includes duplicated individuals.
So it's
That's right.
a small number of people who repeatedly.
And so our challenge right now with detox is figuring out, given the licensing requirements of how many people need to be available to oversee and that sort of thing, how do you build a model that is financially reasonable, that can serve, what amounts to less than one person a day? And so it's an on-call model, leveraging existing resources. If our demand grows significantly, it's easier to scale that up than it is to scale it down, if that makes sense.
It's a basic
It's a pretty
model.
basic model, but what we're getting that we didn't have before is we have the same entity then that's able to provide the continuum of services, so that there is the detox portion, but then there's case management and a handoff to treatment or mental health services, which is the thing that the Right Door was doing, but we're struggling with, gosh, we're bringing them down to Glenwood Springs, and then the Right Doors try to get. Now we will have both physical proximity and organizationally we're under the same umbrella, so it's easier, I think, to build that continuum of service and have handoffs to address whatever additional needs these folks might have.
Jack, did you have Yeah. So it can be inferred that, or should it be inferred that it's the intent of this investigation, we'll call it, a cooperative effort to become the regional detox center?
Well, Glenwood has
regional up to Glenwood, because
well, Glenwood stood up their own. We do need to have discussions with Basalt and Eagle County, and right now they are at the table. Eagle County's been at the table. They're not right now in the funding model, I think. I didn't see Eagle County in our first funding model. So those are all details that we have to work out, but absolutely, it would be beneficial to be serving a broader area rather than a smaller area. For our local agencies and our local clients, I do think having the local solution may make for better handoffs, as I was saying. The alternative, too, is if we don't have this, if we're not able to make this work and make this investment, then these folks are going to be coming to the jail. And in that case, you will recall that we had a pending buy-up offer for a additional individual in the jail. I think if we decided not to go this detox route and try and put resources here so that we could divert some of that caseload from the jail, then we've absolutely got to have additional oversight in the jail, because I think we're going to see Don's detox numbers growing, not shrinking, because there's not an alternative to go down to Glenwood that would serve us or the other partners who are also right now serving detox. Does that make sense?
We remain proponents of a regional modified medical detox, which is the best model, like the Cadillac model, where you actually would go and stay for up to 5 days and get treatment. And but the timing is not right, and our partners are not ready, and so we're creating this more local solution that will help us address the issue, and we can continue to keep our eyes on a regional detox solution.
So the right door goes away, and it appears, at least by the numbers in the detox bookings on our graph here, the detox number-wise is very minimal compared to the bigger question of the 1,000 people that Right Door used to treat. Will those people, is it intended to have for Colorado West and Aspen Counseling to take over that?
They are having those
in a conceptual discussion level here?
That is the concept.
Jack, detox is just a piece of the overall substance abuse treatment plan. The Right Door would have a representative in county court every court date, and the judge would be able to, I mean, they would case manage individuals, so they would report to the court on the case management of the individual, but also if given that 60 to 80% of the cases in county court are substance abuse related, the judge would be able to say to the defendant, okay, you'll get a personal recognizance bond, but you have to sign a contract with the Right Door to monitor your substance abuse issues. You know, and most of the time that would happen. Almost all the time that would happen. So there were a lot of services that the Right Door was providing. You know, it isn't just scooping some, you know, the detox guy, but that they were providing that in total is necessary for the community. And we think that by supporting the detox and Colorado West initiative, that all of these services are still going to be in place. I'm the most optimistic I've been in 20 years about the history of our dealing with substance abuse issues at this end of the valley right now.
And that's saying a lot.
That's saying a lot.
Well, you know, those numbers for our detox, keep in mind the hospital's got their own stats. There's a lot of people that get scooped up that we never see, and then they go to ABH. And so they had their own detox issues, and the Right Door was responding to ABH and maybe transporting those individuals to detox, or, you know, just dispoing them some other way.
So just to add, the hospital will continue to detoxify people who need medical surveillance. If once they're cleared and they may want to continue services or connection, they might be transferred to the detox, but not unless they're medically cleared. And the other thing for you all to know is we've already reached out to our neighbors in the neighborhood to let them know that we're likely to be moving the detox back into the building, so we can talk to them about any issues or concerns they have about the renewed level of service.
Let me ask a question. What do we do to prevent intoxication? What's the program? I mean, we're talking about really dealing with a problem that is generating and seems insoluble. What do we do about the front end of the situation? The county.
Well, the Healthy Community Fund has as one goal area mental health and substance abuse prevention. So we do fund agencies that are working on prevention programs. Valley Partnership for Drug Prevention really focuses only on school-based prevention, and we don't have a community prevention program or even a community awareness program. And so that's a gap that we have in the community that we're aware of.
I mean, that seems to me clearly the success of the program against tobacco use, and because of the disease it produced,
That's
was
right.
successful. And so I don't understand why there isn't a program to prevent intoxication in the first place.
It's a really good question, Michael, and we have had it in the past, and at different times, community advocates have tried to go towards the issue of alcohol and substance abuse prevention, and they do run up against the party town culture. And what I've observed in my time here is that those advocates get tired and they go on to something else, and then they'll resurface at a time when there's a crisis, and then so we do have a difficult time because of the nature of our resort economy and culture to really talk about substance abuse prevention.
Yeah, I mean, one of the principles of the park is the mind, body, spirit of this town, and in any of those fields, there's not any promotion of intoxication. So I just don't get it, quite frankly, why the conflict between mind, body, spirit, which is an improvement program essentially, has to give way to the acceptance of intoxication and that burden of places, as we've just been discussing, on social services.
And I don't think, Michael, our suggestion, of course, of funding detox is, an acceptance of,
No. Well, there's certain realities, I understand.
Right, and what it suggests is it's probably a yes-and conversation, that we're always going to need some level of services for people who are either temporarily or long-term struggling with addiction issues, whether that be alcohol or other substance abuse issues. And this is one leg of that stool. And then it's another conversation about how do you have that community discussion to say, why are we doing this in the first place? Or why would you make those decisions as an individual in the first place? Which is
Well, I think the Healthy Community Fund ought to put it out there that, hey, this means a healthy community, and we need a program for that underpinning for this community, and intoxication is important. Yes, Rachel.
Yeah, I could certainly see having a larger work session in the first part of next year where we look at how all these pieces fit together and how the partnership's progressing with some appropriate cost share and things. And to that end, I think that your concept, Michael, needs to be introduced and discussed as well. I personally would have some concern, given how I know we've totally allocated the Healthy Community Fund this year, and I think a lot of those programs are the ones that support families in a healthy way that you don't turn to an alcohol abuse or something. But at the same time, whether it's Aspen's image in a resort and vacation town, or is it, just watching your television set, you see 1,000 different commercials in a row for how much fun you're going to have with Amaretto di Sono, or this drink, or that drink, or the next drink. I don't know that how much you can spend and dent what is a little bit of mainstream culture, which ignores the negative side effects. And so, again, I think it's a larger conversation, but I want to make sure we're getting effect for any dollars we spend on any initiatives like that. And the last question I have is, when someone comes in for detox protective services through the county jail, is there an ability to charge them any cost or fee for that? Is that something that is just a required service of the sheriff's office, or is it something else? Because
it's statutory, I believe. It's like officers. That's their.
Yeah.
It's commanded by the statute or whatever. I think that detox, once they go to detox, there's an ability to charge people, and that's certainly informal.
Okay. Well, that's why I was wondering, was there their ability to waive any fees to get a commitment for someone to sign up for the services, for the actual treatment afterwards? Or are we able to charge by inmates in our jail, depending on which jurisdictions are sending them to us?
I think you can charge, like if it's a municipal charge, you could charge the municipality back, but it creates, you know, an incentive then maybe to work on the state charge, which we can't charge for. And so, is that right?
Yeah, and it gets into a real slippery slope there. I don't think we want to be in that business. Our job is to keep the public safe, and when we take them off the street for their own safety, charging them for that service is probably not what we want to be. I do agree that the aftercare after that is probably something we should get.
In the jail's perspective, we want to get out of the detox business.
Right, right.
You know, we don't want to get into it.
And from our perspective, we want to see a community solution. So we're working in very friendly and supportive negotiations with all of our municipal partners and the hospital to come up with a funding formula that will provide the adequate amount of funding for this.
Well, I think what we'd be suggesting to the board is we're in a little bit of a crisis situation. We don't have a detox. The closest detox now is Grand Junction that we can use. Our only entity that does transport is closing down December 31st. This has been a community problem that's been worked on for a lot of years. What we're asking for, I think, is, you know, let's go ahead and plan in our budget for a top level of what we think general fund expenditures are going to be while we busily work with our partners to get this model and get something running by January 1st. And what we can do is come back and workshop with you. And I think from whatever we get built on January 1st, there's going to be an iterative process of improvement and further discussions with our partners. But I think it's important, if we're going to get commitments from Colorado West, for example, to act quickly, they need to know that there's some ability to fund these things so they can hire people, they can train people, and they can get them prepared to go by the end of December. And I think we may need to just take a little bit of a leap that we're going to be able to build that model, and we'll bring it back to you guys.
So John, that leap was the $75,000, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what
So is the board in favor of that? Yes, Jack, is that a yes?
I am, may I make a comment?
No.
May I make a comment?
Okay.
Okay. You know, I can understand the need for this. It's unequivocal. But it's the structure of how we do this that I have a concern. And I believe this request, and actually, I have no idea about how it had to be built, $130,000, really, I mean, I know it's coming out of the general fund, but it ought to all have come out of the Healthy Community Fund. And we made a mistake by overspending that fund. Now, if we start going outside of the Healthy Community Fund for what I think is an appropriate expenditure, then we're creating, and hopefully the answer here is short term, then we're creating a line item outside the Healthy Community Fund that really shouldn't be there. So, you know, I think we're backed into a corner of structurally how to handle this. I would not doubt we're all on board, and I'm going to support this. But I had to, it's the same concern I have with the OTC monies and the pots of money, and it's the structure of what we're doing here that makes me uncomfortable, not the purpose. So reluctantly, only because of what I've said, I will support this, certainly. But I hope we address this and deal with this issue and the whole presentation of how the Healthy Community Fund arrives at certain decisions next year's process, and understanding a little bit more leeway when it comes to the Board of County Commissioners.
So it comes back to that timing issue that we talked about with community health services. You know, sometimes we accept our grants August 1st. Here we are November 20th, and a lot happens in that time. So we will bring back
Well, my point also is an education of the nonprofits that we deal with. Okay, the board has recommended, the volunteer board has made recommendations, but please don't expect that's the bottom line until it goes to final approval. That's kind of, because for me, if I had my choice, I'd back us right out and back out we already have 30 in. I'd back out 100,000 out of community fund in A, B, C, enough to get it done within that structure. But that's only me, so that's the end of my.
None of us have the prescience to know that this is going to be a crisis at this time, and that's the problem. It's not that we don't think there are other ways of funding it. It's the way that this crisis is presented to us, and the timing of it. It's been difficult. So, does the board support this general fund? Rachel?
I'll support this direction, but I just want to say for the record, I don't entirely agree with Jack, because this is a potential expense for our jail and our sheriff's office. And so, you know, that's funded by the general fund. And so, you know, I don't know that, I think you're right, there's a crossover between use with Healthy Community Fund for adjunct services, but, and I don't want to do annual appropriations from the general fund towards this, but I'm willing to do it this time.
And Rob?
I'll support this. There are two things that I'd like to ask for. One is that there's got to be, as Michael said, a preventative measure part to this. There's got to be a understanding what this problem is within our community. And I'm hearing a lot about repeat people that are coming back and back. I'm guessing that those aren't the tourists that are coming into town. Those are people that live here and have addiction problems and those sorts of things. And how can we reach out and help them? And how is that a part of this program if this is what we're doing? And then the other thing is, it sounds to me like this is a very preliminary budget. Are we going to see something in a week or two that is going to be something that we're going to approve into our budget? Because I addressed some of the concerns that were brought up in terms of, you know, what's the outlay cost to start? What's the, you know, the labor around this? What are the various, you know, what are the various expenditures that go along with this, as opposed to just saying, well, it's $130,000.
And this is just a portion of what that overall budget is, because we have other partners. And so the answer is, are we going to have more detail? Yes. Are we going to have it for you in a couple of weeks?
We're not sure.
We're not sure. Like I said, we've been trying to do this now for years, and now we're trying to stand it up in a few months. And we're also trying to do it with all of our partners. And so we are working on this as quickly as we can. And as soon as we have that model and information in hand, we can bring it back to you. And the other commitment, you know, of course we'll make, that we always make, is that if we don't need that 75 or all of that 75, we won't spend it. But we wanted to give you an idea now, rather than on December, you know, 13th or whenever we're adopting a budget, what we think that top end is.
George?
Yeah, I support this. The idea that you can or we should think about tying in a preventative measure to this, I think is very unrealistic. You know, I was involved in a community effort in the 80s where we had a 3-year federal grant that we did a tremendous amount of community outreach education through the Aspen Substance Awareness Program, and an outgrowth of that has been now the Valley-wide partnership. So there's not a silver bullet in this, and on top of that, we're going to be shortly addressing the impacts of Amendment 64, and that's going to add a whole nother dimension on this. So prevention is important, but it can't be tied into this particular budgetary problem and issue.
Okay, thank you.
So you have the general support of the board.
And as we know more, we'll bring it back for sure. Okay, moving on to our second success factor, diverse and livable housing options.
Excuse me, one last thing. In my packet, at least, was the page 23 detention buy-up request. Does that not happen if the
Correct.
docs goes forward?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Joy.
Over here, we'll start with Rachel.
We're going to need to crank, I think.
Let's roll it.
Okay.
Well, hold on just a second. I'll try to control it. Thank you, Jack. They're changing disc at the grassroots here, so and she gives me one, which I think means 2 seconds. So we just wait a second. Or 1 minute. 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
I'm getting the thumbs up. So we're back with grassroots. This is our work session. We're reviewing the budget, and at this point, what point are we in on the budget here, John?
We are on diverse and livable housing options.
Diverse and livable housing options. And John, you're going to present this, and there's some staff here.
Well, I'm going to hand it over to John Redmond and Brian Pettit.
Okay. The housing fund currently is a little over $10 million. And the source of those funds originally comes from a payment in lieu of housing, which was morphed into I believe, a housing impact fee in 2005. Now, the reason for the fee is to mitigate against the impacts of development on housing. And the intent of the fund is to purchase or create employee housing for Pitkin County employees and for employees of Pitkin County who qualify under the various APCHA guidelines. This year, we've had a number of things happen. One of the most important things was that we contracted with a local real estate agent, Sally Sheikman, to assist us in selection and purchasing of properties. She's been very helpful in getting us to see a lot of properties and getting us to understand the wide range of opportunities that we could get into. We've had great success recently. We have two townhomes in Basalt, one of which is closed and we now presently own, and the second, which is under contract and is due to close next month. Next, I think last week, John reviewed with you the rental guidelines that we intend to use with employees. As for the budget itself for next year, as you can see on this budget, this year we're probably going to be a little bit under $700,000 in purchases for properties. For next year, the fund starts at around $10.6 million. There's about an additional $740,000 which will come into the fund through additional fees and some income. And we have between what would be a carry forward and some new monies from the fund, we're requesting that we have $3 million for the buy downs, for the actual purchases of the property for next year. It seems like somewhat of an aggressive number, but we want to be sure that we're adequately funded for opportunities that may arise. Any questions?
Rachel?
Yeah, the buy-down number is the one that surprises me most of the budget, because although it was rough, I thought when we talked about the portfolio of housing options, we were more at a one-third, one-third, one-third of potential of land banking, which is now no longer on the spreadsheet at all, the potential of the partnerships, which is on the spreadsheet, but it basically breaks down, as I see it, to basically two-thirds buy-down, one-third partnerships. And I don't think that was at least what I had thought we were getting into, because again, I've expressed buy-downs tend to be the most expensive. They're scarce site, they may have management issues in the long term, and that whether it's partnering with municipalities like Basalt or Aspen, or whether it's looking at private sector projects and community, continuing care retirement community, whatever, but it just seems the numbers shouldn't be two-thirds buy-downs, one-third housing, and that seems like a policy shift that I'm not sure we all deliberately made.
So the 2013 number on buy-downs, Rachel, is really just carrying forward some of the money that wasn't spent in 12 into 13. There was some increases in the out years, and again, I do think there probably needs to be some discussion. Right now, we have two partnerships that aren't defined as well as some money for due diligence next year. It's $100,000 kind of due diligence kind of dollars, with the anticipation that there may be some partnership opportunities in 2014 or 2015. Those are based on two potential projects that we know about now, and that we talked about. The real challenge is, I guess we could, just decrease that buy-down number, and that's a choice that the board could make. It's not clear if we're going to really plug in the partnership. We probably need to talk operationally on the flip side about how we're going to staff that and how we're going to make that work if we're going to have multiple years of trying to manage development projects. And that maybe could be a partnership with the city. It could maybe be, I don't know. But I do know we don't really have internal capacity right now to manage a lot of development projects and partnership projects.
Rachel, if indeed the $3 million is a rollover of this year's leftover funds, and a $2 million projected that we thought we'd do each year, then I don't have a problem with it. It turns out that the buy-downs have been much less expensive than we thought, much less expensive. In fact, are verging on screaming deals compared to partnerships or the construction of our own projects. So I just don't have the same problem with it that you do.
Yeah, I guess, again, my perception was that we were talking about roughly a third of the funds, so around 3.5 million was going to be towards buy-down. So I would have looked more at the 2013 number, have been 3.5 million minus the 750 that we've expended, so that the carry forward number in 2013 would be 2,750,000. But this, again, carries out the concept that from here on out, we are two-thirds into buy-downs of free market and one-third in partnerships. And that is a policy shift from when we had our discussion at the fire station retreat quite a while ago. And maybe I just wasn't here when we made that shift, but that's pretty significant. And I agree with you, John. We have certainly said at this table that we don't have construction management expertise and so on, but we had conceived of ourselves as being a money partner in making some projects go forward that might not otherwise, or to bring down the category of units that would have otherwise sold at higher categories. So I'm just saying this as an allocation of funds in a pattern that, knowing we could change it, we could make supplemental appropriations and so on, but it's a guiding policy document that says keep searching for buy downs all the time. We have $3 million to spend, and again, I thought that was just one of the elements of the portfolio, and maybe one of the easier ones to implement sooner than these others. But it's just a different pro forma than I, felt like I bought into when we came up with the idea of a portfolio.
George, and then Rob.
It reminds me similar of our discussion with the EOTC dollars, where we've got different pots of money, but basically it's all one pot of money. And it's just sort of perhaps how you designate it on line item. So perhaps, and I would agree with Rachel, that perhaps we're looking at a budget per year and looking at different opportunities, because there may be an expectation that if you are allocating this much for a buy down, then we're telling our retained broker that, go out and do some work on this because this is what we're allocating, versus looking at some other opportunities. And I think one of the reasons why we haven't spent this much this year that was originally budgeted is because we've used those dollars down into the salt market versus the aspen market, and so that real estate market, of course, is not nearly as costly.
And we didn't have a full year in with our broker too, which I think makes a big difference. And this is a good discussion because I do think this is the board's call. And we did divide it up so you could kind of see the direction that is headed. We only have 2 potential partnership projects now, but if the intention is that in that 5-year total it's balanced differently, we can pull out from those buy downs, or I can't tell you I know how we're going to make all those happen at this point, but we'll have to figure that out.
Well, I agree with the idea that this is a policy guideline and to give the direction that, buy downs is our only focus in 2013 and partnerships aren't. I don't agree with that. I'm not sure that we've had the partnership things come forward, but I think they're just as important as the buy down opportunities. And I think I heard from Michael that I agree with him in the sense that the buy down opportunities have been great, but we haven't had a partnership to compare it to. And I think there's a potential of much greater bang for our buck when we start to look at partnerships and doing something with the dollars actually being effective in our community. That's my gut feeling. I don't have a lot to base that up, but I have what's been going on with various projects over the last 5-10 years in this community, that we will get more bang for our buck when we find that right partnership. So I do think it's important to give a policy direction that partnerships are as important as buy downs. And as George said, these aren't locked boxes. We could always do supplemental adjustments to these in 2013 as we want to fluctuate them. But my feeling would be to split the money between partnerships and buy downs in 2013. And if we need to put more from partnerships into buy downs because those opportunities come up, great. And if we need to do it the other way, great. But from a policy standpoint, I would say they're both equally as important in terms of dollars.
I would add to that, though, that actually what's important is the value that you achieve for the money you spend.
Correct.
And so whether you get that value in buy downs and partnerships, that's what's important, not the split between the two, but the value you get and that you apply per room, per unit, per whatever. And that's what's going to define how we spend our money. So we'll be looking for those values. That's actually what we've charged our staff with, which is to look for the values and bring them back to us. And through a broker, she's done that. And she's demonstrated that there's these very good values in the salt area. So I don't mind changing it around, but I think the principle has to be not how it's split, but how we achieve value. John, and then Jack.
Jack, if you don't mind. I think if the board wants us to focus on those partnership opportunities, we need to have the discussion then about either contracting or hiring kind of an owner's rep or someone that can actually because right now, you're seeing the team that's analyzing these. And there isn't a lot of capacity right now to, do a lot of detailed analysis, get into plans, or expertise. And so I think if that is the direction the board wants to go, what we need to come back with then is some sense of whether it makes sense to kind of contract out an owner's representative kind of position to do that kind of digging and analysis on all the opportunities, or whether it makes more sense to try and bring that in-house, which is fine. We can bring that back, but I just want you to be aware that simply shifting it on these categories doesn't create the expertise or capacity in the organization to make it happen.
Jack?
Yeah, I honestly don't see this organization developing standalone projects at this time. It means purchasing land, developing a project, managing it all the way through. I think there are too many opportunities right now for buy downs to miss the opportunity and start focusing on something else, be it partnerships or standalone projects. Land, even in the basalt area, is not inexpensive. As a matter of fact, the prices are going up, and anything up valley is even way more expensive. So, quite frankly, because we understand policy, I'm okay with this as articulated. An opportunity comes our way, staff brings it to us, and you evolve the conversation when the opportunity is there. So for the sake of a budget and what I think we're accomplishing today, I'm good here, and Rachel is right. We had a discussion about different components, but the opportunities don't seem to be on the table right now. So to me, this is neutral, move forward. We have X amount of money. Let's use it and maintain our goal of getting the best value for the buck. And I think right now that possibly for 2013 is buy downs.
Rachel?
Yeah, I guess my concern is that, other than already expressed, this is kind of making an assumption that the buy downs will still be the best market out in 2015 and 2016, and it may well not be. And I do see that we have $100,000 for developing partnerships, or being able to analyze partnerships in here for 2013. My concern really just extends more to the out years, where, again, we seem to have weighted how much is available for buy downs versus how much is available for other opportunities. And there's a certain point at which, we seem to be on a much better and more proactive stance. I don't think it's really an intent that we have to stretch this fund out forever. The intent is really to get housing in place that people are using. And so, I would basically kind of throw the 2017 dollars back into the rest of the pro forma to hopefully feel like maybe we've moved forward and we've gotten people in the housing during that time period. And, make the partnership number, larger under one of the other three line items. But I just, again, this is a policy direction, and I have a hard time adopting it, saying, okay, buy downs are our business. And, it does make sense in some level, because it's housing secured for affordable housing now. On the other hand, where we're picking things out of the bottom of the market are generally serving as housing for people today, even though it's free market housing. So we really haven't added, new units to the inventory of housing. We're adding units at a better affordability price for people, but we're not really adding to the overall inventory. And so, I would anticipate that at some point we'll be back to the kind of uptick that we've seen before, and we may not see these being the best value or things like that, but I just feel this sends way too much of a signal that we're not interested in land banking, and we're not interested, that we've already allocated 2/3 towards buy downs. And, I can let it go at that, but I think that there should be some more work on this to try to mirror more of the board's intent.
I just wonder if there's not an opportunity on the out years 2016 and 17 to have an undesignated expenditure where it gives us flexibility to bring options to the board, whether it's buy down or a partnership or a land purchase, without designating it now, because we don't know what those years are going to bring. We don't know what the economy is going to shift. So we could make that change, and that may address some of your concerns, Rachel. It's just an idea.
Yeah.
Rob, you said that you've outlined some opportunities for 14 and 15. You've got $2.5 million in 14 and $2 million in 15. Are those projects that are out there already that have come to us?
They are projects. One is a potential partnership with the city on property that they own. That would be new construction. And another is a project that is, I think, still kind of waiting approvals and such that we talked about a year and a half or so ago.
And I guess this gets to that $100,000 number in 2013. To me, that I just see it getting pushed off and off unless we make a commitment to find the staff time, to analyze the stuff, to present opportunities to the board and go out and search for opportunities. I could see next year budget time for 2014 being $100,000 and saying, well, we just don't have the internal staff to do it again. And then it getting pushed down. I mean, the city's not, I don't think the city's going to touch a lot. They're barely touching Burlingame too right now. They're barely starting on some of the construction there. So a partnership with the city doesn't seem very viable to me in 12 months' time. And the other projects, I think there's some legal implications that are going to go on for some time now too. So to me, it's about sending a message to staff, the realtor, that this is important to us, and if not, it's just going to get pushed on year after year.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that over the last 2 years, I would say over 50% of our time has been pursuing partnerships. And in most of those cases, we have been the person with money at the table. It's been for various reasons that our partners have not been able to move ahead. And I think it's more of a timing difference, quite frankly. It's just that right now, existing housing is very attractive as opposed to developing housing. And I think that we can certainly continue to pursue it as we have, but it's going to be slower than we would like unless we want to be the lead dog in this development.
And according to John Peacock, we don't have the staff to actually, the professional staff to do that. We have able staff, but we don't have staff, so we'd have to hire someone. So that's a significant.
Yeah, again, I can see living with this sort of number in 2013. If we put the 2012 together and 2013 together, it's $3,750,000. Okay, but it's just more the projection out that in 2014, 2015, 2016, it's going to be $2 million a year for continued buy downs, as opposed to the market may have changed. We're going to be looking for affordable housing here, and I know there may be some opportunities in Aspen, but it really, to me, it's kind of saying we're going to focus on Mid-Valley Basalt because that's where the value is, and that has a whole other series of transportation, other implications for the community. So I don't like those longer-term implications, I guess, that we're going forward with those same dollar amounts in 2014, 15, 16. I'd just rather see more in either the partnership line or a new line that we call land banking, and we can move them around in the future as better opportunities come forward. But I just didn't
ever myself feel like I agreed that 2/3 of the fund would go to buy downs in the future, and 1/3 of the fund would be other opportunities.
And I think from staff's perspective, there's so much uncertainty around 16 or 17. If we wanted to shift those, and as we get closer and see if it's new workforce, then it's new capacity. If it's kind of our workforce isn't growing, but our incomes have dropped and such, it probably makes sense to have a buy-down strategy, where we don't need to develop new. And I think we can assess that better as we get closer. I don't think staff is feeling strongly about where those are at, and so if it's the board's pleasure, we can move those into partnerships and kind of see as we get closer.
Yeah, I just don't see that this is ties our hands in any way, and that it's just a projection. And it seems to me what's been said here, at least in the acquisition of the units we've done so far, is that you have $100,000 per bedroom as a standard for housing.
Down value.
And but it doesn't. I don't. It's a standard for a bedroom housing, and the location. I don't want to be pejorative about down valley or up valley, but right now that's the standard. That's a very good standard to have at $100,000. Well, give me a better program that exists today that gets you a bedroom for $100,000. There just isn't one in the city or anywhere. So that'll change over time, but I think we should take some pride in that, use that as a standard going forward, and understand that conditions are going to change in 2015 and 2016. I understand that. And I don't see this as a blueprint for no expenditures on partnerships in those times, but we just can't see that they're there right now. That's all I'm saying. Jack, and then on.
Yeah, consistent with what I said before, I don't believe we'll stand alone do new projects, but in fact, if they do occur, it would be in partnerships. And I'm sensitive to what's being said, and I would be very comfortable, because of my idea about what partnerships mean, whether new or renovation, anything, of taking 2015, leaving $1 million in buy downs, putting the other $1 million in partnerships, and the other 16 and 17, put those in partnerships, because that's also consistent with my feeling that the market is going to continue to trend upward, and buy downs would be less desirable. So we'll shift some numbers. At least it does make that policy statement, and we know the board annually, and maybe even earlier than annually, according to opportunity, will absolutely move in a direction that's best use of the funds. So, but I would agree to those couple adjustments, because it is a statement of policy.
So Jack, on 2015?
15, $1 million.
For partnership.
For buy downs. And then add the other $1 million down and have $3 million for partnerships. And then in 16 and 17, just move the buy downs to partnerships. And I think that meets somewhat some goals of what I'm hearing here. And the land banking is, I think that's a partnership issue. But that again, we'll have to see. Golly, if a great piece of property came through in 2013, maybe next door, who knows? We would act on it. But the partnership would be, in that sense, the sale of and the buying of. That would be great.
Yeah, I can live with that, because it clarifies there's a broader intent than just buy downs, and that's all, really should include here.
Board?
I was just going to comment that I think a new partnership with new units, that the bedrooms are more valuable than a buy down from someone who's working and living in this community already, and we're buying that and then subsidizing the price. So you also have to consider what's as I said when we went through this housing stuff about a year ago, what's the matrix of value that you're adding to the community? So I get it, yes, $100 or $125 per bedroom is a good purchase for the buy downs, and that's why we've gone ahead with those. But I also think that there are opportunities that are going to need to be analyzed as they come up. And all I care about is that we have, that we decide as a board, hopefully, to give staff the ability and the policy to put the effort that's needed into those things. And as John Redmond said, they're putting time into those. But this budget, in my mind, doesn't reflect that. And that's my problem with it. But as long as we're giving them that direction, I'm okay with whatever, because I don't think they're locked boxes. As opportunities come up, I don't want the energy to be weighted $3 million to $100,000 over the next year in terms of what those opportunities are, because I think there's far greater benefit from new development, new units, those sorts of things, even though they're more expensive, than buying a unit from someone who already lives and works in our community and replacing them, placing the people in that unit at a lower price with people that are going to live and work in this community. We haven't increased any employee housing. We've increased affordable housing, but we haven't increased any employee housing potential in this state.
And the odds of conceiving of designing, approving, and building a new project next year, it's not going to happen. I mean, even if we're talking about these things this year, that's why the $100,000. I think that 2014, 2015 is actually a fairly aggressive schedule considering what it really takes to bring those projects forward.
Yeah, for me, the $100,000 represents of an opportunity. This is in 2013 under partnerships. If an opportunity comes our way, we budgeted some money to hire the consultant we need. I mean, a real opportunity, not, oh yeah, we're chatting about, the edges.
Mm-hmm.
That's the money that we have reserved. If an opportunity comes, we hire that consultant. Because we should not expect to have that kind of staff. We don't want to recreate the housing office that we had 5 years ago or something. So this looks like, with a couple adjustments, opportunities, or a shifting in some priorities, because Rachel's absolutely right on the policy issue. A way to go, because ultimately we know we have total discretion.
So this has been a good discussion. I think the staff has gotten a sense, I hope, that that the board is concerned as much about partnerships as they are about buy downs in the upcoming years. There is a discussion about whether or not these actual figures would positively represent that, but there's a difference, quite frankly, on whether you need to have figures in those upcoming years to positively reflect the emphasis on, or the shared emphasis on buy downs and partnerships. I'm comfortable with the way the budget stands now. The other interesting thing is the purchase of free market units. When they become available, nobody's forced these people to give those units up. They're just available. I mean, it could be looked on that there's a judgment on the part of people in the community that this community itself doesn't offer the kind of value that it has in the past, and that they're leaving this community, period. And that we are past a point of sort of infinite expansion in this community, infinite opportunity, and that we're in a period of serious contraction and serious reconsideration of whether this community offers the kind of values we thought it did in the past. And I don't know, we're too early in that portion of this existence post 2008 to really know, but I think my sense is there's a trend towards that. And so I would start to reconsider whether or not we were actually impounding free market units into our into our employee housing needs? I don't think we are. I think we're sustaining the community by those purchases because people have said, I want out. We haven't seen this before. We just haven't seen it before. There's a for rent sign on Cemetery Lane. I've been here a long time. I've never seen a for rent sign on Cemetery Lane. Something has changed in this community, and it's not the same community as it was previously. I think we have to recognize that. I think we have to think about it. But I'm going to leave it, quite frankly, unless there's very strong objection to the way it stands now, with the direction to staff to know that we have partnerships on our mind. We haven't reached a consensus on changing this. Yes.
I certainly support the proposal Jack put forward. It's a little more moderate than I would have, and I kind of thought you were aligned with that as well, Rob, that we do change the numbers here somewhat to be more reflective of it's not all buy downs or not concerted buy downs.
What I heard Rob saying was that the numbers didn't reflect, weren't as important as the direction we were giving staff, is to be flexible and open-minded about partnerships and like that.
Well, what I heard is that a budget is a statement of policy, and we'd like to make some adjustments. And I would ask the chair to kind of ask the board whether we can move on the suggestion, and then let's move on with the budget.
Well, board, I mean, obviously there's members of the board who disagree with me, and they want this budget changed. They want those figures changed. That's fine. Where do we go from here? You guys have to stand up and tell me.
I would recommend that if someone has a suggestion to exactly how to change it, make a suggestion. I didn't hear exactly what the
Could I
suggestion was.
repeat myself?
Yes,
Michael,
please.
now?
Yeah.
Okay, let's make sure I get my placeholders. For 2015, under the buy down, leave 1 million there and allocate an additional $1 million to partnerships.
So it'd be $3 million for partnerships.
Correct. And under 2016 and 2017, move those line items under buy downs to partnerships. So it's a minor adjustment, but it is a statement that we recognize potentially, and I have to say hopefully, because there is some value in our community regaining some value in home values. That buy downs would be less desirable for this organization, and we'd move in another direction. And that's my proposal.
I can't characterize it as minor. You're talking about a $4 million change in the budget. That's not minor to me, but is the board in favor of that? Rob?
I'm in favor of that, and it's minor to me because it's 2 and 3 and 4 years out.
I can support that.
George?
Got it. All right, moving on. Success factor 3, self-sufficient individuals and families.
George has requested a break. What time is it? It's 3:07. We're going to go till 4. Is that what the
4:15?
4:15. So let's take a break till 3:20 here. Okay?
Right now? Okay.
Right now.
can't.
Welcome back. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session for the 20th of November 2012. It's about 3:20, and we're in the midst of our budget discussion. Exactly where are we, John?
Okay, we are on self-sufficient individuals and families, and we're going to be hearing from Health and our Human Services and Senior Services.
Thank you.
Okay,
Oh,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
We were just discussing whose slide this really was.
Who really wants to talk about unemployment?
Yeah, I think this slide really demonstrates that both on a state, national, and local level, no surprise, from 2007 till today, we have an increase in our unemployment rate very sharply. You can see from 08 to 09. We've had some moderation, so at least the slope isn't heading up anymore. It's leveled off with, I think, overall the trend is slight or small decreases in unemployment for both Pickens County, Colorado, and the U.S. But obviously this has some significant implications, particularly in a community like ours, where a lot of folks, in order to have a livable wage, not only held one job, but held multiple jobs. In a lot of cases, you can still have people that are employed, but maybe not at the same level or not with the same employment opportunities or multiple employment opportunities that they enjoyed. And then from there, I think as you see us go through the numbers, eligibility numbers for different programs and such, you're going to see it very much reflects the inverse of this unemployment curve.
Okay, thanks. So we have a few trends to share with you that I don't think will be a surprise because you've heard them in the Board of Health and the Board of Social Services meetings for the last year and in our memos. We'll get to slide 31, but pretty significant increases in our child welfare and adult protection referrals. So while you saw that public safety's numbers are sort of staying the same, our numbers are spiking, and I think that it reflects possibly, some stress in the home and definitely issues around safety at home. We see, in our division, we see increased requests for an involvement in collaborative and strategic problem solving locally, regionally, and statewide. So what this means is sort of as money gets tighter and the recession stays and people continue to have a difficult time, groups are working together collaboratively to find better solutions in the way that we provide services in gaps. An example would be the detox discussions that we're having, discussions around how to provide services to seniors in rural areas, discussions about how do we help people who live in the Mid-Valley, which is Carbondale to Old Snowmass, understand what services are available to them. So we're very busy in collaborative efforts and actually now have to start prioritizing those efforts because almost throughout our division, and remember in Health and Human Services we have Senior Services, Child Welfare and Adult Protection, the Healthy Community Fund, and Veteran Services. And so we are all doing direct service. And on top of that, now we have expanded demands for collaborative problem solving. And so we're always trying to weigh, obviously safety always comes first and the clients generally come first. We're very busy with emergency response and preparedness responsibilities and workload. It's adding workload to our department. So we have an ESF 6, which is mass housing and care. Mass housing. And So we're trying to understand our role in that. We've always responded in emergencies, but now we have the added responsibility of creating the plan and pulling our partners together, and that is just wanted to share with you that while that is seriously important, it really adds to our workload. And the last piece is the growth in the senior population, requiring more strategic planning and development of rural services, and Marty's going to talk about that more. You are very familiar with these numbers, so I won't spend too much time on them. It shows the public assistance caseload growth by month and by year. And so you'll see, really significantly how much our caseload has grown since 2008, which is the pink. You see slight fluctuations during the higher seasons and the off seasons, but for the most part, if you go from the pink to the green to the blue to the purple to the yellow, our public assistance caseloads just continue to go up and are a little bit maintaining at the top there. Now, we still have a high volume of applications that come in, but people may or may not qualify and become a case. So,
Michael?
Yes, Rob.
Man, what it looks like to me is though in the last 4 months of 2012 that we have records for, we're below 2011 months. In, what is it, June, September, and August. We're actually trending in that direction. I mean, obviously it's a small sampling.
right, if it is
But
a trend.
2012,
Right.
we added the last 4 months that we had comparative numbers from 12 to 11.
Right.
We're looking to trend in a positive direction.
And keep in mind that the low-income energy assistance program is not really, money is not flowing in the spring and the summer months. So you will see a fluctuation of about 80 to 100 applications that come in and go out. They come in the winter, they go out in the summer.
But that's not comparative that's the same for 2011 as it is 2012.
Right.
Is that not correct?
Right, should be, yeah, right, except that, right, yeah. Yeah, so possibly.
Lower the requirements, I mean, they lower the threshold of how much you can get assistance in that program this year.
In LEAP, they lowered it, right, so there will be fewer people that qualify for LEAP. Right, exactly. And you know what, we'll come to you, I think the Board of Social Services in the beginning of the year, and we'll really look at whether or not we're seeing a trend downward or if there's some explanation. We know for sure still that child care assistance is still low, but that's only a few cases, so. And this is the numbers of our child welfare in blue and adult protection referrals, so you can see, I think most significant is in 2008 we had 61 referrals, and in 2011, ending in 2012, we had 120 referrals. Doubled. We've doubled in 5 years the number of referrals for child safety, and the same is true. We've more than doubled for adult protection. Our caseworkers are very busy. This does not include the EAGLE numbers.
I just wonder, Nan, is it also because we're doing a much better job in terms of doing outreach and getting information out that these services are available, so more people are availing themselves of them?
We hope so, sure. Right, in 2008 we had one caseworker and one director, 2007. And you all decided to reorganize and add staff, and in doing that, we've been able to show up more and talk to our mandated reporters, and we continue, the majority of our cases in child welfare in particular continue to be neglect. They always have been. But we are seeing some increases in physical and sexual abuse.
Yes.
And I think there's also been an increase in people who are now counted as mandatory reporters.
For child welfare, You think the statute changed since 2008? I'm not sure entirely if it changed, but possibly. For sure, adult protection mandated reporters is on the table. There's legislation that's being proposed that would make mandatory reporting for adults over 75 who are at risk of being abused or neglected and are incapable of protecting themselves. That could potentially, like really have a significant increase, impact for us.
Michael?
Yes.
Just curious what the reporting ones are on the year. The year ends in June for the state, or
Yes.
Is it June? June 30th the year ends?
Yeah, so when we say 8, 9, it's really from July 1st to June 30th. Okay, senior services.
As you know, Senior Services is requesting a small supplemental of $6,000 to help fund a strategic planning process for the future of senior programs and services, and give us direction on where the community wants us to be developing services. And some of the reasons include the fact that the majority of older adults will say they want to remain in their homes. A small percentage of us will have a true, genuine need for a care facility and the level of care that's offered. Most of us will gradually develop chronic conditions, vision loss, or strength or mobility losses that can be addressed with services and help people remain in their homes. We believe the community is stronger with a diverse population and the security, the sense of belonging throughout their lives. And the community needs a clear vision of how to support this population and value this population and plan for the increase. So that brings us to now being the time for this, although I have to admit we've looked at this for at least the last 3 years and just couldn't get traction. So this is the year. We really feel we can take this forward and make it happen in the community. Population and program projections are really driving this as a crucial time for planning, and I have a couple of slides coming up. Doing nothing really isn't an option any longer in terms of developing this comprehensive set of community services. I realize now that sounds a little arrogant. We serve everyone over the age of 60. What I mean is we serve those over the age of 60. However, the greatest needs are in the oldest age group, and that's also the fastest growing age group. So here we have the 60-plus population. I just saw this little light thing here. Here we are, right here. And you can see the compounding that is projected in Pitkin County, the growth that's expected from here to 2040. And after that, it really does sort of level off. It doesn't go down. A lot of people have the idea that that population will actually decrease in terms of the percentage of the population. It more stays the same. The population that we are really thinking about as our top priority is the over 80 population. And I think if you look at that spot in there between 10 and 15 where we are right now, you can see what's going to happen there. And this is the population that has the greatest need for services and assistance. People are living longer. More people are staying in the community than we maybe thought would years ago. Something like, if I can get the number right, 65% of people asked on a survey say they intend to remain here. They like this community. They intend to try to remain here. So the program growth numbers that I referred to before, those were the population, of course. The program growth, this is 2 different programs that are connected, the congregate and home delivered meals. And again, you can see the growth has been pretty consistent over the years in the congregate programs. Interesting trending we're seeing. We are serving a younger senior population in addition to the older population. Many of the senior programs are not finding that younger population coming in. We're serving clients who also use the day center. There are homeless seniors in our community, quite a few. And luckily those people are finding their way to us along with the other citizens of the area that we have always seen and served. The home delivered is, again, now that's kind of following that increase that we're seeing in that over 80 population. You can see back in 2000 we were serving 550 a year, which pretty quickly jumped. And we anticipate that increasing, both short-term and long-term situations, the long-term situations of the people who are really homebound, and the short-term situations where they have a medical need for a short-term delivery of home services. The request is for $6,000. We did apply for a Roaring Fork Leadership project, and we were not selected. It was too big a scope. And but interestingly, I've had 2 people call from Roaring Fork Leadership who have expressed interest in maybe getting involved at some level in the strategic planning process, even though it wasn't selected as one of their this year's projects. I don't know if this is going to be the whole amount we need. It may not be. I think we'll probably want to bring in a facilitator. We'll probably want to bring in some expertise. There are people who specialize in senior program planning within communities. So this is the starting place, and I have some money in the budget to help fund the rest of it.
So, board, there's a request for this buyout. Jack, you're giving a thumbs up. Rest of the board, thumbs up. Okay, so yes.
Marty, a couple of years ago, I know you participated in the rural resort regions. They did an emphasis on the seniors. So, from that year's effort, is there any information that you can take and utilize or piggyback off of? I mean, that was pretty extensive work.
Absolutely. The gap analysis that came out of the CASOA survey, that Community Older Adult Assessment Survey, is very valuable. Unfortunately, in Pitkin County's specific section of that, our oldest population was underrepresented in the responses, so not equal percentage-wise. So that piece of it isn't as good of information as it could have been. But overall, the information is excellent. Plus, what has come out of that is the transportation, the coordinating council, the Transportation Coordinating Council, and the hiring of the mobility manager, Susan Jurgensmeyer. And there are 2 meetings coming up in early December to actually plan how to implement that transportation across boundaries to get older adults and disabled to the medical center, the Denvers and the Grand Junctions, and even the Glenwoods. So there have been results.
Any other questions for Marty? So Marty, it looks like your boss was given the nod, and we'll go on from there.
Thank you.
Okay, our next success factor is access to recreation, education, arts, and culture. Kathy, you're up.
Hi, I'm Kathy Chandler. I'm the Pitkin County Librarian. And Connie has helped us put some slides together here that show some of the ways that we've been trying to move the needle in the livable community part of the strategic plan. This is a slide that you've seen before that just shows the increased use in the library since the library building was opened back in 1991. And the collection has almost doubled. The number of public computers that we have available went from 2 to 35 in the 20-year period. And the number of materials that are checked out in the library are way more than twice the amount from back in 2011. We've got a couple of other use statistics here. One is the number of hours of use of the public computers that we have, which was 31,000 hours last year, and then there were also another 13,000 wireless computer sessions, people that logged on their own computers into the wireless network at the library. This slide shows the kind of impact of the recession on the use of the library. We compared the number of cars coming into the parking garage with the number of materials that have been checked out from the library, and as you can see, even though there's been less traffic in at least the parking garage, if not in the town as a whole, the use of the library has gone up significantly since 2008 when the recession hit. And libraries across the country experienced this phenomenon even as e-books were coming into very popular use with the public. People's dependence on the free resources that libraries offer, including the access to the internet, have made a big change in the use of libraries percentage-wise. And for the first half of 2012, we had another several percent increase between just the first 6 months of this year compared with last year, so that trend seems to be continuing. This slide shows a new service that the library started back in about 2007 when we were able to begin to make interlibrary loan much easier for people to make use of. People can now put direct requests on the catalog from home, and they can not only access our collection and the other Marmot Libraries collections, which are the Western Slope libraries, but a couple of years ago we added the Prospector libraries into the mix, which are the big libraries in the Front Range. So it's possible now for people to look into our catalog either in the library or from their home computers, and if they don't find what they want on the shelf at our library, they can request the item and it automatically comes either from a Marmot library or from one of the Front Range libraries on a courier that's heavily subsidized by the state library with federal library funds that bring those materials in to our library within a couple of days' time. And this slide indicates some of the statistics for the library programs that we've offered. This is indicative of some of the outreach, and one of the goals is community engagement and participation in the strategic plan, and a lot of library programs bring people into the library to enjoy the sense of community that we offer, especially during the summer. You'll see all of the second homeowners and the tourists coming in for programs like Tunes and Tales that we offer in conjunction with the MAA, and story art that's put together with the Art Museum here in town. And we've added several different age group breakouts that we didn't used to have. We now have like a baby story time hour that started 2 years ago, and in the first year there were almost 1,000 people attended that program. And now this past year we've started a tween program where we've broken out the older middle-aged students so that they've got their own book club and programs that are directed right at that age group. And I think most of you met Genevieve Smith, who's our Young Adult Services librarian. She was at a Board of County Commissioners meeting recently talking about all of the programs that have been held with the help of the Teen Advisory Board that she's put together with high school students that have helped plan the programs and the direction of the library collection for that age group. In addition to the programs that are happening for the kids, there's also a lot of new programming that we started for the adult part of the community. Martha Durgee hosts a monthly book club. We started having travel programs once a month with people just talking about their travels, because travel is something that a lot of people in this community love to do. And recently Rebecca Weiss and her family came and talked about their trek across Iceland with their kids, and that was a well-attended program. We've also have a program that Janice Esty started called Literature Out Loud, that's sponsored by Friends of the Library, and that happens on the third Sunday of every month, where local actors are paired with literary selections that she's picked out to do readings for the adult community. We're also talking with Paul Anderson, who's been doing a discussion group down in the Basalt Library, and he's willing to do that at our library, where he talks about hotly debated topics in the community, and we're looking forward to having that next year. We've also got a PBS film series that's going on now, and have been partnering with people like the Our Day Film Festival to have that in the library meeting room. So in addition to this, as far as community engagement, as you know, we had an election this year, and in preparing for that, we spoke with a lot of the different groups in town, like the Rotary Club in Aspen and Snowmass Village and the Aspen Chamber Resort Association Board. Had lots of meetings with P&Z, the Housing Board from the city and City Council, and met individually with representatives from the Hudson Reed Shakespeare Company, the MAA, Aspen Institute, editorial boards of the local newspapers, to try to gather input for the election. And following the results of that, we're kind of in a listening mode now with the public to find out what ideas they have for the library going forward. And I guess on our 5-year plan, one of the things that we have included for the facilities expenses next year is to look hard at the entry to the children's room, which was one of the safety concerns that we expressed in trying to renovate the library. So that we have some money set aside, but we're going to see what we can do as far as policy measures to try to keep that entrance open, because we don't want to make it harder for people to use the library, but we do want to try to make some changes to improve the safety in that room. There's also a lot of building maintenance projects that we had been deferring with the hope that we could kind of fix everything at one time, but now we'll be looking at things like repairing the flat portion of the roof on the building, which is something that had been scheduled to do this year, but we put it off till next year. And we'll try to increase the insulation in the roof before we do that. And we have in the long-range plan a couple of years out to work on the recommendations that Dylan Hoffman had made before he left as far as increasing the energy efficiency in the building. There were things like rebalancing the system that we thought, excuse me, the race is going to go, excuse me, wouldn't be prudent to do if we were going to rip into the whole building. But things that make sense as far as, you know, trying to capitalize on the recommendations that he'd made to improve the energy efficiency in the building. So we need to do some work on the chiller unit, which is aging, and there's also issues with the boilers in the building because of the acidity in the water has damaged some of the control systems there. Oh, thanks. I don't think that's going to help. I was fighting a cold. Thank you. So let's see, the control systems, we're going to look at getting a water conditioner next year to see whether that would solve the problem. And but we are sort of emotionally prepared for the fact that we may have to replace the boilers. And we're also looking at needing to make some major changes to the lighting systems in the buildings. Some of the fluorescent bulbs are no longer available because of the impact they have on the environment. And we also have in the long-range plan the possibility of looking at a power conditioner, because we feel that the brownouts that seem to happen in Aspen with more frequency than in other parts of the country might be burning out our fluorescents. So we're trying to solve that problem. Anyway, sorry about my voice. I think that's probably the high points of our budget.
Jack? Couple questions. Under other departmental equipment, I see, for example, the projected 2012 estimate is $152,000 for 2012, but it goes down to less than $16,000. Would you remind us what that was, what that expense, other departmental equipment? It's not under any of the line items, technology,
Well, that's kind of a confusing line item in the library budget, Jack, because of the fact that most of our computer equipment in the library actually falls under other departmental equipment. So this past year, for instance, we replaced almost every computer in the library, excuse me, which cost about $107,000. And what you see under the computer equipment is just the county computers that we have. And we only have 5, as opposed to about 75 Marmot computers. So I don't know that will help, but thank you.
I could run out and get you a shot.
I think my problem is I had a flu shot here on Wednesday, and I think it got me. Wait a minute, I'm just going to have to
So that essentially is, while you take care of that, maybe I'll try to make my explanation.
Yep.
Essentially is library district equipment separate of county computers provided through the county technology line item.
It also includes all of the different replacement schedule items in the library, which could go anywhere from a disc cleaner to audio-visual equipment. So any type of equipment that is on a replacement schedule falls under that line item.
Well, good. I appreciate that. One more, Kathy. We reserve a certain amount of funds per year for housing. At the end of 2012, what would that line item be? What would the total amount reserved be then for use for housing?
Well, what we have in the budget that shows up right here, I think is 10,000, right? However, we are on Scout's honor with you folks to repay about $400,000 that we borrowed because we used that to pay for the architectural studies. And I don't know if you remember that from a couple of years ago. We said if we borrowed that, we would pay it back.
And you borrowed it out of housing?
Well, no, we borrowed it from our own money. We'd been setting employee housing money aside for several years, and at a kind of an aggressive rate, knowing that eventually our expenses were going to eat into that. And so what we did was we asked you folks if we could use that money for the architectural, the parking garage studies, so that we could keep the money in our endowment or our capital reserve fund, because we were able to invest that more aggressively. And, like on a government investment, you're getting about 1/4 or 1/2% in return, as opposed to the capital fund. We've been doing much better with Tom Oken and the retirement board. So anyway, we are still interested in participating with you folks in the employee housing purchasing, and I think probably the prudent thing is to leave the money where it is, but when we've told Phyllis and people that were interested And when you guys see a good deal, we would like to participate in that.
So, and I think we all certainly support that and the history of certain things you mentioned, but off the top of your head, do you know how much is in that housing fund at this time? This only talks about the, unless I'm missing something, the annual debit, allocated for.
I think it's $405,000 plus this 10, so that would bring it to 415.
This is the total amount, Jack. It's adding at about $5,000 a year. And so when the library borrowed the funds, okay, it would have been, so they borrowed $400,000. So for 2012, that would have been $410,000.
But
415.
Am I missing where that is? Because I don't see a balance here. I only see an annual debit.
It's in the capital reserve fund down at the bottom.
Well, yeah, the 10,000 is the balance of the housing fund in 2012.
That's only on an annual basis.
No, that's the total amount.
10,000?
Right, and then we're adding 5,000 to it each year so that it increases to 15,000 in 2013, 20,000 in 2014, and so on.
And Jack, the reason for that is the board authorized the library to use that funding source, $400,000 of that, to fund the architectural studies because the investment returns on the capital reserve funds, which were an endowment, were so much higher than what we were earning by keeping it in fund balance in the housing.
So
because there's a
my
different restriction.
Excuse me for being patient. I appreciate everyone being patient with my question. So what I'm inferring here is 500,000, no, 5 million of this money is the endowment. And then 4 plus, so it's 5 plus is endowment, 400 plus is housing. Okay, I mean, I needed that explanation because it's not lined up. Thank you.
Kathy, would it help your voice if we ask less questions? I mean, I would ask the board, Kathy's really suffering here, and I would ask the board to help Kathy through this period of time with her voice is suffering. So, yes, Rachel.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to comment, not even ask a question. But to be clear, the library board was never under any sort of mandate to create a housing fund. They began it internally as a planning tool for future needs, for retirement, back when the market was so bad and everyone's going, how are we going to house anyone or hire anyone again in the future? And so I just wanted to make sure that that was well understood, that this was an internal savings program that the library board started to try to look further out to the future. And I know I was one of the people who asked about, are you preparing the same, because you had a little more flexibility in your budget than the county did at that time of how you're going to house your employees in the future. So that's all. It's just a comment, but this is not, it is borrowing from a pot. I'd like to see it repaid because I think those needs will return, but it was not ever like borrowing from the general fund or something like that, which would have been an external and a mandated requirement.
Yes, Joe.
How are you doing? Can I ask you a short question?
Yeah, no, go right ahead.
Because I don't see the 2011 budget, of course, but under library collection, we're really seeing a substantial jump starting in next year, which is great. But I just wonder why that jump is.
Part of that is the way we're categorizing certain expenditures. It used to be in the past that the library collection was only your physical books or reference books or music materials, but with so many items going to online publications or e-books, initially those items were thought of as just a purchase service, but we're realizing more that many of those do belong in the library collection line. So a part of it is a matter of how we're classifying certain expenditures.
And the one major increase in that budget, George, for this year or for next year, is doubling the ebook budget. This year it's at $18,200, and next year it's $36,500. The rest of the materials are pretty much about 2% increase. There's a reference is actually going down some because a lot of the reference books you have to buy online now. You can't buy them in book format. So it is just kind of a matter of rejuggling the assets.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, Kathy.
Sorry.
Good luck with your voice.
Oh, well, thank you. It was okay earlier. Sorry.
Well, okay with this budget going
We're
forward?
okay with the 5 years?
Yes. Well, I didn't see any major objections coming up.
Okay. All right, we're on to our last one. Improved community engagement and participation. Come on up, Pat. And I know we're getting close on time here, so we'll try and be quick.
Okay, I can be quick. As you probably know, a good deal of the work of community relations is working with just about every department of the county. I help them to communicate to the public what they're doing when they have a project. A good example of that would have been the Rio Grande Trail Alternatives this summer. I spent quite a bit of time helping them to get the word out on that project. Another example is the road outreach that you guys probably were aware of. I worked with GR, who did a great job, our county engineer, who sort of became Imus in the morning. He did a combination radio and TV broadcast that we sort of simulcast, and was able to get the word out every single morning what our road crews were going to be doing, where they were going to be, and he also included Highway 82 in that, which I think was helpful. I also work closely with the local mediums. We use print, radio, television, and the internet to communicate. I work with other jurisdictions a lot, especially in cases of the fire outreach, mud and flood, and emergency preparedness. I'm working with Blair Wire at the City of Aspen, who's the PIO, to try to get a PIO group going of people outside of government who can step in when we have a crisis and help us communicate to the public and keep everybody informed and have a role in that. So that's something that we work on. And this multi-jurisdictional thing is really, there's so many opportunities for that, and I'm starting to look at that more closely this year. Our Save a Life Picton County program with the AEDs and the CPR, that's taken on a life of its own. It started out as an effort between Picton County and the ambulance district, and we got a video up there and some communication to the public, and now the public is coming to us, asking, begging for training in how to do compression-only CPR and to buy AEDs. That program's going gangbusters. The City of Aspen is training every single employee in the city how to operate an AED, and I'm hoping that the county will follow suit. So that's been a success, and that just kind of took off. And it's one of those multi-jurisdictional things that we can do. We can work with the town of Snowmass. We're going to look at next steps for that program in the coming couple of weeks. I'm going to get together with Snowmass and the City of Aspen to see how we can partner and keep that program going. And as you know, the Picton County Cares program, we like to bring the public in and pat them on the back for jobs well done in the community. We celebrated the 12th year of the Picton County Cares program this year. And one of our ongoing, oh my goodness, one of our ongoing goals is to not only push information out to the community, but bring the community in. So community engagement is a priority. And I've been talking to municipalities outside of Picton County to see what everybody else is doing. And one of the big things is, how do we get the public more engaged in what we're doing? As you know, it's hard for the public to come to meetings, public hearings, open houses. You use a lot of manpower and a lot of budget, toward putting up posters and displays, and then maybe a handful of people come, or it's always the same people that come who say the same old things. So what a lot of other municipalities are doing and what I think we can do in the future is take advantage of technology to try to allow the public to engage with us from the comfort of their home, office, when they're on vacation, second home. They can do it over the internet, and we're looking at ways we can engage them in that regard. So, do you want to show GR's little Imus in the morning, or does it work? I don't know if you saw it. We decided that he could be on the radio, and then we could just take that same feed that he did at KSPN in the morning and put it on CGTV, and we killed two birds with one stone. So the sound's not working, but he would be in the KSPN studio every Monday morning and do a report about what the whole week was going to look like, where the road stops were going to be and delays. And then we'd take that feed and put it on CGTV. And Ellen was great. There are more opportunities to do things like this. Like, think about snow plowing. In the wintertime, we could tell people during a bad weather, where the snow plows are going to go first, or something to that effect. We could do the same kind of thing. So that was the first time we tried that, and it worked really well. So it's using technology, trying to capitalize on what we have.
It certainly went well, because I didn't hear a single complaint about road work.
Oh, fantastic.
And that was one of the directives that you all gave when we approved the capital plan last year, particularly on road work, was that we needed to do a better job communicating what was happening and to minimize the complaints and inconvenience. And I do think we're successful there. We should probably move on to the BOCC. I don't think the sound's working too well.
So I think the last slide, I'm sorry, I didn't even look at my slides. I was just rattling on. I only had a couple of slides. That's Jim Elwood pointing. He's actually on an airport terminal tour. A lot of the work of community relations this summer was to help Jim with the airport master plan, and I worked closely with him on that. And he's reported to you about how many people took tours, but it was in the hundreds of people who took tours of the airport. So that was, I think, a successful outreach program. This is the Picton County Cares Award recipients this summer. And then, let me go to the next slide. And the buy-up, which was not recommended, is something that I alluded to earlier, this community engagement. There is software, internet software applications. They call it citizen sourcing, and it's sort of like a better blog. Blogs have not worked so well because, like Facebook, people can get on these things and they can sort of bully, they can take over. The same people can talk over and over again and talk over someone else in a blog setting. And these citizen sourcing type things are more controlled. And it's kind of like you have to sign in, you have to identify yourself. You only get one, you can comment once, and then you have to give somebody else a turn, and it has to be civil. And it is that thing that you can do from home. You can comment on an agenda item. You can comment on some kind of big project that the county's working on. How do you want to see such and such developed, or what heights of buildings, or whatever it is that you want comment on. The city of Aspen is already doing this. They call it Open Town Hall, and I think that it's working quite well. It gives citizens a chance to participate, but not have one person do all the talking. So that's just something we're looking at. Even though it's not recommended, it's not a high dollar thing, I think we could still pull something like that off without having to go to the buy-up situation.
I think the idea behind waiting on this was, one, to kind of figure out, as we're evaluating the future of how we're implementing technology in the county, that's one piece, and how that integrates. And then two, because of the dollar amount, we felt that in the future we may be able to absorb that in.
Any questions?
Board questions for Pat?
Thank you.
I just make a comment, Pat. I think you do an excellent job.
Thank you.
Getting our message out there and conveying what's going on. And when there's been, more crisis situations, you're really right on top of it, and really appreciate your hard work.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Troy?
I would echo that, and I keep on referring people to you in terms of doing programming, that's of community interest. So, because I think you do a great job, and I think we are able to reach a greater community through this program.
Well, and I might mention the streaming, which was sort of an initiative that we took a budget or two ago. It is working amazingly. If there's one thing that you do, that we do, that is a community engagement, an opportunity for the community to watch what you're doing, is that streaming on the internet. And the way we know it works so well is when it's not working. Because when it's not working, we hear from not only our employees, hundreds of them. We have, how many? 250 employees who depend on that stream to know what is going on in their county. But we also hear from the public. The minute that isn't working, people have gotten spoiled. We can't live without it. It's working great. It's fabulous that we can watch you wherever we are. So.
All right, that wraps up the core focus areas. What we will do now, so we had our first meeting where we presented all the numbers and departmental numbers and kind of an overview of the budget. We've since gone through our core focus areas, and there have been some decision points about additions and such. We now are going to take all the information from these last 3 meetings in the core focus areas and put those into a final budget and bring that back in detail. So you're going to, I'm sorry, have to see more numbers again and the whole 9 yards. But we'll bring you back the full budget with all the decisions that we've heard and guidance that you've given over these last 3 meetings. And after that, we will be into our adoption process. So you'll have one more bite at the apple on the overall budget, seeing what impacts the changes it made, and one more chance to make any revisions that you may want to make to those numbers. And then we'll be bringing it forward to you for revision, or for adoption, I'm sorry.
Do we have one kind of final session for any outstanding decision points? Or I know we were going to bring back a few other general fund items. Do you know when we're going to do that?
Yeah. So we've got, when is our?
December 4th.
December 4th, we have our final decision meeting. And so that's where we'll incorporate, or if there are any outstanding questions, we'll address those then. We'll bring you back to looking at the whole budget again, instead of just in the strategic plan areas. So you get another work session to look at that. Make sure you see the changes, because obviously since we first presented to you, we've still been continuing to analyze revenues, we've still been looking at expenditures, and so we'll bring you back all the 5-year plans so you can see those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 4:15. We're scheduled for an interview, a citizen board interview with Lisa Tasker. Lisa's here. There are actually 2 Lisas here. Please come forward, Lisa.
Well, I got to tell you, on the way here, I just wrecked my car hitting a deer, so I'm a little disheveled, a little shaken up. But, anyway, yeah, I mean, I can still drive it, but it was just it was one of those freak situations. It was kind of at the turn where you go to the dump, the straightaway, and it's shadowy right now, and I never saw it. It was a huge buck until I hit it. It was right there. And I think it was actually a good thing that I didn't see it, because I never swerved. I just held on straight. Otherwise, I might not be here.
Well, do you want to not go ahead with the interview? You feel well?
No, I'm okay. I'm here. I'm good.
I'm sorry to hear that. Our
Yeah.
county manager was hit by a deer. So you've got to
What?
Talk with him.
Maybe
later.
you got it. I'm hopeful.
Anyway, the poor thing, I guess somebody shot it. I gave the sheriff a call and said, can I give you my information later? I'm on my way to an interview. Which they thought I was crazy. But they said, well, actually, someone just shot that buck. Because I guess it didn't die.
In the state of Vermont, you have the right to the meat. I'm not here in Colorado. I hit a deer in Vermont. People pulled over and said, do you want the meat?
Right, right.
You can do that here.
Is that what the law is here?
I think they
All
did
you have to do
change
is call the
it.
Colorado Parks and Wildlife and say that I picked this animal.
Yeah. Well, if someone else wants to have it right now, I think I'll just handle trying to deal with my car as opposed to skinning a poor buck. Anyway.
Yeah, sometimes they're not in good condition to
Yeah.
consume anyway.
Right.
So thank you for being here, Lisa. And
Thank you for having me.
Powering through your accident. That's extraordinary.
It's very
That in
bizarre.
and of
I
itself.
never hit a deer before, and I've been here for over 30 years, so I guess I'm doing okay.
You're good for another 30 years.
I'm hoping so, Rachel.
Well, thank you for being
Yeah.
here. So the board's just going to ask some questions, and
Okay.
go ahead. Board, do you have any questions for Lisa, not related to her accident? Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, well, just to start off, you were part of the initial board.
Yeah,
And, what has your experience been like? What have you, how have you found your service and things like that, your general impressions?
I think the experience has been great. I think that and the people that are on the board are all very committed and very dedicated and smart about the topic, although we've definitely taken a lot of time coming up to speed and had a lot of people come and speak to us. But I think that the topic is incredibly difficult, obviously. I mean, that's why the state of Colorado has the greatest number of water lawyers, of any state in the country, right? So I think that leaves our projects and our goals inherently difficult. But I think we're getting to a very good point now where we're really starting to get a lot more focused. We're starting to come up with more projects as we get more knowledgeable. We're getting more creative. So I think the dynamic on the board is excellent. Everybody does very well with each other. And Lisa McDonald and John Ely have been absolutely fantastic, great leadership and a lot of help. So I do think it's very challenging, and we have those discussions, the board members amongst ourselves, one-on-one here and there, talking about, well, wow, what have we accomplished? A little bit of that going on. Because, and I think it's just because it's really difficult to stick with the mission and keep water in the rivers. So, working within the water rights system in Colorado.
George?
Lisa, I thank you for all your great answers to our questions. I just noticed, though, one of the questions we didn't ask, which I'll ask you now, is why do you want to reapply? Why do you want to re-sign up for another?
Yes, right.
2-3 years.
Well, one thing is that I really enjoy it. I've really enjoyed learning about more and more about Colorado water law, and it's a huge challenge. I think what we have set up before the board to try and make sure we are keeping water in the rivers. I'll say that again. So I'm really intrigued by it, and I'm fascinated by it, and I also would really like to see if we can't, in this next term, if I can't, feel like with the rest of the board that we're actually, making even better headway. I'd like to really get into a time period where I feel like a lot of it's been a learning experience so far, and granted, we've accomplished a number of things which I'm pretty proud of, but I would like to see where we're headed in the future, and I feel like the best is yet to come, and I kind of would like to be a part of that.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions, board? Jack?
Thank you very much for being here and obviously being one of the members of a very important board because of the challenges we all face currently and in the future about water. And in particular, something that we all are concerned about is Trans Mountain diversions. I think you make a really great point in answering the question, what are the top 3 issues? And you indicated water quality ×3. That's very important, and I'm on board with your thinking, and I think we all know it's very difficult how to approach that and move forward, meaning bottom line is leaving more or purchasing water in order to leave more water in the stream, and in particular the Roaring Fork. Has your board done an analysis of what it would take to purchase water, for example, from a irrigator? Has there been any, rough analysis about, well, what does it mean? How would it occur over a period of time as far as payment? I know every situation might be different, but there's got to be kind of a pro forma about how it would happen if you could work with someone to do that over time. I think the biggest challenge is we don't have a sitting fund, to go out there and purchase water all at once. So my thinking has always been to do that over time, and you'd have to find out, from a irrigation company, quote unquote, the property owner, how, how payment would occur. I have not been a fan of the grant process within this fund because of the small amount of annual funding. We've never been able to meet our goal of $1 million, our hope for projection of $1 million due to the fact the economy, as we passed this, immediately went downhill. But has your board tried that exercise, at least in a conceptual way, or have engaged in any conversations relative to that?
Yes, Jack. There's been a couple of things going on. One is I know that John Ely we talk about the subject amongst ourselves, and we have talked about it in our meetings several times. But John has been integral in trying to get some legislation, maybe you probably know about this, through the state legislature, whereby, yes, that would be an easier thing to do, an easier goal to accomplish, and that the irrigator would then not suffer anything like, loss of his water right or his or her water right, but would perhaps be able to have some kind of monetary compensation. And then there's the whole idea of the trusts, these water trusts. And there was just an article, and I know Rachel, I think you may have sent this email recently, but it was the excuse my fried brain right now, but it was the Colorado Water Trust. That they just had an article. I don't know what other papers it made, but the one I finally noticed, it was in the Post-Independent on Monday. Is it the 18th Monday? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it talks about what they did this summer as far as being able to work with some landowners and some irrigators, and within their trust, and using these trusts in order to borrow water and keep it in the river. And they have, I think was it 7? Anyway, it was, I think, approximately 7 different reaches, or maybe it was 6 different reaches. None of them were the Roaring Fork River, but they have been successful in doing this. And the fact that they're successful in doing this, and they kind of know the nuts and bolts of how to go through this process now, I think you're going to see this happening more, and I think you'll see our board try to see how we can get involved and try and help negotiate something like this. Because we also have the Roaring Fork Conservancy, as you all are well aware, and Sharon Clark, for example, was really tried this past year to get people to donate water to in-stream flow through the drought. So yes, I think we're all very focused on that because it's an obvious place to go for water, especially during a drought situation. So does that sort of answer your question?
Yeah, well, without doing the mathematical calculation that I was referring to, the end of the conversation is about keeping water in, regardless of what mechanism we use.
Yes.
Obviously, John was very innovative when he went, created a program and worked with us and went to the CWCB to accomplish the same thing. And then have flexibility about if you wanted to change the terms of the agreement and take it back or whatever. Yeah. So there's innovative ideas, and you use the word creative several times in here, and certainly we all appreciate that. Proof in the pudding is what does it take, and it takes dollars. So again, I would repeat that though I appreciate the idea of grants, I would not want this board to have a lot of involvement in granting because the basis of the fund, the dollars, are diminished that way. On the other hand, I'm fully aware that the goal out here is maybe so big that we can't achieve it. But through these other mechanisms of trusts and working with the CWCB, there'll be ways, because I think we all obviously are concerned about climate change, and the specific reach, for example, right here in the Roaring Fork, going through Aspen, is in serious trouble at certain times of the year, and potentially it's only going to get worse when if in fact the owners of the rights, the conditional rights, might exercise those rights and go through the process to take even more. What is it, 35% or more of the Roaring Fork? We would be really in trouble. So those are the kind of things that I think you all need to do as well. Get an idea in planning. What do we do if this happens? Because the ecosystem, obviously, being a biologist, you know all about that, is quite in danger just currently. The future could be looked at as possibly less than as good as it is. So, where we head, I just don't know how to even contemplate working with purchasing water. But that's something that we ought to understand, at least on a basis. Is it worth even going beyond that simple calculation? And I don't know if we would do that. I don't know if that would be an expert. Those are the board discussions. Mm-hmm. One other thing I want to compliment you very much on is your attendance. It's spectacular. And I very much appreciate that. Having served on the Pickens County Planning and Zoning for a couple of years ago, attendance is really important because diverse opinions are important. So appreciate that very much. Last comment is Ruth and I were involved in the same kind of situation that you just went through. Right at the entrance to the canyon, a deer jumped, literally the deer, it happened so fast, jumped out in front of us that I watched that deer slide across the hood, and thankfully it didn't have enough momentum to go in the windshield. It missed, but both of us have been in that same, and our heart's out to you for what you just went through, the stress, plus the animal.
I know.
But on this one, you're way more important, so thankfully,
Thanks.
thankfully you didn't get injured.
No, that's right. Luckily, he kind of went along the side of my car, but he smashed my windshield. So, but we're But I was going to say, I think I'm hoping that in the future you're going to see some more things unfold. A lot of these things take all these partnerships. I mean, if it's the Roaring Fork Conservancy, if it's CWCB, or NRCS even. I've spoken with someone at a conference recently about that. There's definitely a lot of people that are trying to make some of these transactions occur with irrigators to try and keep water in the river. So I'm ever hopeful.
Thank you, Lisa. Any more questions for Lisa? It's 4:30.
Are we gonna have more water in the river next year than we did this year?
I think we should hold a giant party for a big snow rain dance. That's what I'm thinking.
Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, I appreciate Jack's comments, and I also know the pending battles we may have coming up. But the ballot language does say that we are intending to leverage those funds. And so sometimes through granting opportunities, that's how we do it. But I do know what he's saying. We don't want to open the door so much that we don't have the resources necessary as big things go forward. And I comment that the expression used often in water meetings is water time, because it's so slow. And it doesn't matter whether you're permitting a big project or you're doing a small project. It takes years and years and years, and if not decades, to accomplish something. And so it's a little faster than glacial time, but water time is pretty slow. And the one thing I continue to just wrestle with is the internal work to our valley and the external landscape of water issues and things like that. And I think we kind of had to miss one of our most recent board reports, and so I have a number of different things I report back to my board. But it continues to be something that the governor is intending to develop the 2016 statewide water plan. And at the last meeting, which I just went to in Denver on Thursday, was the CWCB meeting with the Interbasin Compact Committee. And they're trying to move up some early action items before the 2016 plan happens. And they're categorizing these as no regrets actions, so that if we take any of these actions, we won't regret them in the future. And one of those things is to eliminate possibly any sort of recreational in-channel diversions, because that would foreclose opportunities for water diversion 20 and 30 years from now. And so that's being pushed incredibly, let alone now, and also avoiding wild and scenic designations and things like that. So there's internal and external challenges, and there's a big meeting coming up December 3rd, Monday, over in Summit County with the Denver Metro and the Colorado River Basins, trying to hammer out a few of those things. But they did see some representatives there, and they said that every time they're in Washington, D.C., our reps there asked, is anything going on with PSOP? Is anything going on with PSOP? And they said we've gotten our reps in D.C. pretty trained in to at least ask the questions about it. But, this statewide water plan is planning, we're counting on at least 80% of the preferred projects and plans, what are already on the books, basically, as being successful. So they're anticipating that 80% of the water that they're counting on, whether it's from Windy Gap firming or PSOP or other opportunities, will eventually come through. And there certainly is much more focus on utilizing existing infrastructure so that it's not a new expense to state. So there's a lot to keep your eyes on, and really appreciate the work you're doing here.
Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. We appreciate it. Good luck getting home.
I'll be all right. I'm going to go slow. Real slow.
Yes, put the flashers on.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
So the work session's adjourned.